Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I invite you to take a few deep breaths and find yourself a seat and look inside this morning. And as you do, you might be motivated to realize that something's going on inside you on the level of your blood and your immune system. So thanks to the magic of Andrew Paul Leonard, please reflect on what's taking place inside your body right now, in the blood, in the tissue, in your immune system. The landscape inside and the landscape outside, actually very similar. Maybe we find answers inside ourselves rather than outside ourselves. Take a look. And there is some sound. Andrew Paul Leonard is an incredible photographer using electron microscopy, and that's a stem cell. Stem cells and killer cells, part of our body in our immune system, doing the work at the neuron level, huh? This is inside you and inside me. Enjoy. And to put our time on the earth into perspective, this taken from the Hudson River is about 400 million years old. I learned about the axion and the dendrite, and that's a dendritic cell. Inside all of us is the universe. So what is this thing called neuroscience? Deep breath in through the nose, please, and blow out through your mouth. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The following is a video created by neurons from the monkey visual cortex, whose visual stimulus preference guided an algorithmic image search in a deep generative neural network. Traditionally, neuronal preference has been described by the stimulus sets investigators happen to choose. By letting neurons select their own stimuli instead, these images are evolved and give a more unbiased view of what neurons truly prefer to see. Artwork credited to the neurons and to Wu Zhao, PhD candidate at the Kryman Lab of Harvard University.
So I'd like you guys all to read this quote with me. Some see things that are and ask why not, or ask why. All right. I didn't have enough coffee this morning. I have 3 children who said, "Mom, why are you leaving again today?" So I didn't get my coffee at home. Some see things as they are and ask why. Others dream things that never were and ask why not. This is one of my favorite quotes from George Bernard Shaw. This is a quote that I think is particularly well suited for our group. And resonance is something that I heard over and over again yesterday. It was something that William Spear introduced in our strategic philanthropy session. And it was a reason that was given by researchers to say this topic resonates with me. This is why I chose to pursue it. I have a personal interest in autism. That's why I'm an autism researcher. People gave that reason for attending breakout sessions. This is why I'm a philanthropist. This is why I choose to donate to researchers. And if I'm an investor, I invest in topics that resonate with me. Resonance is part of what makes us human and is very, very likely one of the reasons you chose to join BrainMind in the first place. This is my 3rd BrainMind Summit and my 5th BrainMind event. Yesterday, we heard about topics ranging from hypnosis to big data approaches to personalized medicine to childhood brain development to the pros and cons of studying psychedelics research, the critical meaning of sleep in our lives. What is clear is that this is a very special group of people and that we are a part of an extraordinary community. Most of us are experts in our chosen disciplines, and we are used to framing and solving problems. The brain is the most complex entity in the known universe. We know almost nothing about how the brain and the mind work. So I want to ask yourself, as you're finishing, that we're beginning the 2nd day of this conference, what resonates with me about the talks that I hear and about the people that I interact with? What is my role in the brain-mind ecosystem? Am I a researcher, a philanthropist, and an investor? How can I make a commitment to better understanding the full potential of the human condition, the human brain, and the human mind? So ask yourself, what can I do to make a difference in an area that resonates with me? So I'm going to start you off with that, and I believe Michael is also going to come up and say some words.
So I am not Michael. Some of you hadn't had coffee yet. So I get to introduce one of the coolest people in the world. If you think back to your childhood and you imagine Santa's workshop, there's all kinds of clever elves making stuff that is really going to awe people at the holidays. Well, that's what Ed's labs look like at MIT. And it may have something to do with his getting up at 4 a.m. every morning, mentoring one of the largest group of graduate students at MIT, bringing waves of new technology into brain research. And as one of his awestruck students told me, he's even cultivated a skill of being able to check email while riding a scooter. So in his youth, Ed built a submarine, then studied physics, then went into neuroscience. He's the Eva Tan Professor of Neurotechnology at MIT, the leader of the Synthetic Neurobiology Group, a professor at the MIT Media Lab, at the McGovern Institute, at the Department of Biological Engineering and Cognitive Sciences, and co-director of MIT Center for Neurobiological Engineering. He is also making a short stop here, having been in London yesterday, and he will be in Sweden on Thursday. Welcome, Ed.
Great. Well, it's really great to be here and to tell you a short story about something that we're very excited about in the group right now. I direct a neurotechnology group at MIT with the goal of analyzing and controlling complex brain functions to understand how they arise from underlying mechanisms and also to figure out how to repair brain disease states. Now, one of the key reasons why this is so hard is that the brain is a large object. Brain cells are enormous cells, by far the largest cells in the body, centimeters in spatial extent. But if you care about how information is processed, transformed, communicated, those are through nanoscale things, the wiring of the brain, connections between brain cells called synapses, and within the synapses, which we're zooming into right now in this little cartoon, biomolecules, which are, of course, 30,000 genes in the human genome. They encode for tons and tons of biomolecular building blocks. So how the heck do you see something as large as a brain without losing sight of all the mechanisms that are so important? And importantly as well are the targets for drugs that you build to treat brain diseases. And the other issue that we confront in brain science is time. So if you care about memory or Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease or development or aging, those are long time scale events that take years, sometimes decades. But the quantum building blocks of what goes on in the brain are very brief, these millisecond time scale electrical pulses that brain cells make, and the millisecond timescale chemical exchanges that brain cells use to communicate. So in our group, we've been working on 3 kinds of technology in general. From top to bottom, we've been working on ways to make maps of the brain. How can you go from molecule to entire circuit? Second bullet point, we've been working on ways to control brain activity. Why can't we dial in a pattern of activity and make the brain do what we want, both to understand it or to repair it? And then finally, we work on ways to image the high-speed electrical dynamics of the brain. Today, I'm not going to talk to you about all 3 of these things. I'll just allude to the later 2. We've developed a technology that we call optogenetics, which lets us control brain cells with pulses of light. And just this Wednesday, we published a paper announcing that we can start to image brain activity with high temporal precision across populations of cells in awake, behaving mammalian brains. But these are short talks, and I want to focus just on one main story. You can look up the other stories online. And this is the question of how do you make maps of the brain from molecule to cell to circuit to brain. Now, why do you want to do that? Well, of course, brain diseases are involving of alterations in how brain circuits are made of neurons with different wiring than you might want. And within those neurons, you can think of the neuron as a network of molecules. So how can you see how molecules are arranged in neurons and how neurons are arranged in networks and how these go wrong in disease states that we don't understand? How do you see those changes? Well, I think we've all seen pictures like this, MRI scans where you can non-invasively see the brain, but these blobs or voxels that light up are very spatially large. They can contain millions and millions of brain cells, and it's not good enough to see those cells one by one, much less the wiring and the molecules along those wires that make them do what they do. At the other extreme, you have microscopes, which are how brain cells were discovered in the first place over a century ago. But even they can't see very fine features because light has a finite size or wavelength, and you can't see things much smaller than that. So in our group, we started thinking, what if we do the opposite of what people have done for the last 300 years? Instead of zooming in on two cells, we can blow them up. And this builds from several ideas that go back several decades, including the study of responsive polymers. If you take the polymer found in baby diapers, for example, shown in this cartoon as white lines, and add water, shown in blue, osmosis draws the water in, the baby diaper polymer swells, and you get this 100-fold, 1,000-fold increase in volume. Importantly, these polymers are really tiny and spaced by very tiny gaps. So we started thinking in our group, what if you could take a specimen, form this polymer network throughout the specimen, weaving like a spider web these little polymer threads in between biomolecules, around biomolecules, inside of cells, around cells. Then if you add water and swell the polymer, could you blow up the specimen in an even way until, like in this cartoon, we could take a brain cell like the golden one on the left, where the biomolecules are packed together too closely to see, looks like something on the right, where all the biomolecules are hovering like stars in a constellation in the sky, but with a relative organization the same as in the intact state. So two biomolecules that are touching are now some minimum distance apart, and two biomolecules that are some distance apart have been scaled up by a linear factor. So how do you make this work? Well, we had to invent a lot of chemistries to make it work. And in this cartoon, you can see one of them. The brownish blobs are biomolecules, proteins in this case, and we had to invent handles that'll bind to the biomolecules and allow us to pull on them so we can move them apart from each other in an even way. And so we now have invented biomolecular handles that bind to different molecules like DNA and RNA and proteins and so forth. Then we have to weave that polymeric mesh, so we have a spider web permeating the brain, and we do that by a process called polymerization. We wash in so-called monomers, shown as little white spheres, and they self-assemble into long chains, the very spider web-like mesh that we want. And when those little chains encounter the handles, they form a bond. So if you think about it, the polymer can expand, like I showed you before, with the baby diaper material being added water to, and now you can have a handle to convey the force. We add a softening agents like detergents in order to loosen stuff up, and then when we add water, the polymer threads will swell. But this time, because of the handles, the biomolecules will come along for the ride. So we call this technique expansion microscopy. In panel B at the top is a piece of the mouse brain before we expanded it, and then in panel C is the same piece of brain tissue, like a day and a half later, and we've blown it up until it's 100 times bigger. And because the polymer spacing is so tiny, the process is even down to the nanoscale, down, we hope soon, to the size of individual biomolecules, although we're not quite there yet, but we're heading in that direction. Here's a movie of a piece of the brain. It's been polymerized earlier, and just there we add water, and I hope you can see it swelling. So we're physically magnifying this piece of the brain. Okay, so back to the original goal. We want to be able to image molecules across cells and cells across circuits, ideally throughout the brain, so we can pinpoint where diseases are treatable. What are the biggest changes that occur in different brain regions? What are the earliest changes that occur? And not just changes in where molecules are, but what they are. We want to really know what's happening in a comprehensive way. Because to be honest, we don't fully understand any brain disease, and we can't cure any brain disease fully. So one thing we're doing is color-coding neurons. You can do this by taking proteins from jellyfish and corals and other species that glow, and you can put them into the brain in combinations using viruses, using tricks from the field of gene therapy. So here you can see an example of a piece of brain tissue where we're color-coding the neurons with these jellyfish and coral proteins, expanding it, and I hope what you can see now is that we can start to really trace these circuits. And recently, just in the last couple months, we've been pushing on the machine learning front to develop algorithms that are optimized for the tracing of these color-coded and expanded brain circuits. Let's be a bit quantitative, and I'll use the mouse pointer, I think, if it'll let me. So this is a piece of the brain tissue from the hippocampus, which is involved with many important functions, including memory formation. And you can see the beautifully color-coded neurons expressing different proteins. Let's just zoom in into one part here with the white box. And what you can see, I hope, is that you quickly get a blurry image if you zoom in, because again, light has a finite size or wavelength. So here you can see, for example, a green banana shape, unclear what we're looking at. But if you expand, you can now resolve 1, 2, 3, 4 individual wires. And furthermore, you don't just have to image the wires, you can also see the molecules along those wires and at the connections. So we recently collaborated with Eric Betzig, who won the Nobel Prize for his own work in microscopy, and joined forces to come up with a strategy that lets us image about 1,000 times faster than the nearest equivalent resolution competing technique. And here you can see in this picture, the yellow is the fluorescent proteins filling the cells, but in magenta and blue are different proteins that are involved with neural communication, involved with synaptic exchange of information. And we can label them because we can buy tags off the internet that bind to these selectively and deliver them into the specimen so we can label or color code these different building blocks of life. We can also bring other technologies in from other fields of biology. For example, sequencing is really important. We can bring sequencing technologies directly into these expanded tissues. So we're working with George Church's group, and you can take a brain and expand it and then sequence the genetic codes right there inside the piece of brain tissue. So you can start to map out where genes are expressed in the brain in a way that lets you pinpoint them with extraordinary precision and also lets us go across these extended scales. So expansion microscopy, as we call it, is becoming really popular. New discoveries are being announced every week. It's really one of the most practical ways of doing 3D imaging with nano-precision of molecules across scales. You don't even need any hardware beyond what you already have. I have colleagues here hacking essentially cell phone cameras to try to detect pathogens. One of the big questions, though, is where do we go next? And so later today, actually at 2:30, we'll have a little brainstorming session co-hosted by Sam Rodriguez, who recently finished a PhD in my group, to say what are the capacities here that could be enabled if we systematically map the brain? Could you really start to understand the nature of disease at a fundamental level? Because we can see all the different biomolecular building blocks across extended scales. So if you're interested in talking more about how to design organizations, systems, and strategies to make brain mapping into a truly routine thing, please join us later. So with that, I think I'll acknowledge all the people who contributed to this effort, far too many to list by name in such a short talk, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Before we learn about neuroplasticity and sound, please welcome Jonathan Berger, Denning Family Provostial Professor in Music at Stanford University.
Thank you and good morning. I've been studying hallucination for over the past few years, both auditory and musical hallucinations. And a few years back, I took data that was done by S.S. Shergill, fMRI data of the onset of auditory hallucinations in schizophrenia, and I sonified it. I put it so that I can hear the onsets and where things are happening, mapped. And that sort of spurred a year of artistic exploration of what it would be like to be inside the skull of a patient suffering from schizophrenia. I'm going to play the last 8 minutes of an opera called Theotokia, which is about a delusional schizophrenic who suffers from deeply religious visitations. And I'm going to tie it into a very personal story. So my brother-in-law suffers from schizophrenia, and he has deeply religious and deeply disturbing alternate world that he lives in, or for him it's his real world. And I've been deeply involved in the struggle and the pain of watching him grow old in this situation. There was one moment when we brought him to visit his mother's grave. And this is a person who almost never gets out of this obsessive, compulsive iterations of visions and blessings and hearing people who are dictating things to him. And he looked at the grave, and for a moment he stopped and he said, "I caused her so much pain." And then he went right back into his world. And so that is the inspiration for this opera. And I'm going to show you the very end of the opera. The opera has the protagonist Leon, who is suffering from schizophrenia, and you never hear his voice until the very end of the opera. So you're gonna hear the only time that Leon sings. Everything else is sort of the realization of the visions that Leon is hearing. Thank you.
Poppy Crum is a neurophysiologist, chief scientist at Dobie Laboratories, and adjunct professor at Stanford. At Stanford, she builds closed-loop experiences to enable targeted neuroplasticity with immersive consumer technology. She is the recipient of awards from the Consumer Technology Association for her work to bring forward over-the-counter hearing aid devices, from the Advanced Imaging Society for her role in the development of high dynamic range imaging, from Billboard magazines for contributions to the music industry, and from the audio industry for contributions to the perceptual understanding of hearing. She is on a mission to build technologies that leverage human physiology to optimize how the technology we surround ourselves with every day, paired with machine learning and AI, can enhance our experiences and wellness both with our environments and each other. Please welcome Poppy Crum.
All right. This is the common marmoset. During my time as a physiologist, I spent many years working with this species. They're super interesting in many ways, but there's one that matters for today, and it's how social they are as creatures, and more importantly, how much that matters to their mental and physical wellness. They depend on it. But there's a problem. If anyone knows marmosets, they're super cute, but they're native to Brazil. They live in the Amazon. They live in dense foliage and trees. They can't see each other. They can't communicate visually, unlike old world monkeys and macaques that are very visual in their communication. If you look at a marmoset, they look pretty darn stoic just at first glance. But they have to be able to communicate long distances and richly. So they have extensive vocalizations. They're a lot like birdsong, and they tell rich stories in them. But they also have very powerful pheromonal systems. And those pheromonal systems have a huge impact on the dynamics of their social unit. The dominant female in a group, in a particular social unit, just based on her mental state, secretes pheromones that affect the biology of all the other females and cause them to stop ovulating. You can take a non-dominant female out of the social unit, put them in the same proximity with a new role, a new mental state, and they'll start ovulating. The biology will change. And she affects the other primates. Now, don't worry, I'm not here to talk about human pheromones at all, but I believe that we can't underestimate the non-overt communication, the non-overt correlated signatures of our neural and biometric emotions and feelings that we give off all the time. Just being in the same proximity of each other, we're constantly interacting. As social creatures, those interactions of our feelings and our emotions are affecting, in non-overt ways, how we influence each other. And we're just getting to a point where we're able to actually quantify some of these interactions. I want to show you some data. So when you think about where I spend my time, one of our labs looks like this, and we happen to touch a lot of truly emotional content. And so one of the questions we've spent a lot of time trying to understand and doing extensive studies, what is the impact in the those non-overt communications? When we're having an emotional experience, how are we communicating? How are we influencing each other in those ways? So we've a couple of studies that I want to show you. We also touch a lot of very emotional content. Bear with me, I'm going to apologize for some of these scenes. But what you're seeing, we've done extensive studies looking at the role of non-overt communication. So we're looking at the neural signatures, the two plots in the bottom. On the left, the one that looks smaller right now, it's on my left, is showing the intersubject neural correlation from EEG measurements of individuals when they're watching this emotional content alone, And on the right, what you're seeing is the same, they were alone in the same space. Now we're seeing on the right the neural correlations and the EEG measurements from individuals when they're in the same proximity. They're not interacting, there's no overt interaction, but they're just in that same space. The diameter of the circle is the median inter-subject correlation, and the strength, the intensity of the lines is the correlation, inter-subject correlation between each individual. Okay? All right, so let's watch this clip, and then we'll watch another one.
Here they come again, worming their way into the black matter of my brain.
You promised to help us.
I tell myself, they cannot touch me. They are long dead.
All right. Now let's watch another clip. Disgust, fear, joy, suspense. Just being in the same space, shared proximity, the signatures of the neural correlates of our biometric and neural signatures are influencing each other, influencing our emotions. Each time we enter a shared experience, we affect each other. In this case, this has application, how we can start harnessing and understanding the power of the shared experience, from how we can consider pairing of patients in a hospital, because this has positive and negative influence on our success of healing. It also can influence the impact in the workspace, the health of an environment, as well as the power of a shared live experience. The environment we're in right now, a live show, a cinema, symphony. But what's happening is just being in this space, even the neural and biometric signatures that we're constantly giving off of our feelings and emotions, or even in the air we breathe, the chemical composition of carbon dioxide, acetone, and isoprene is changing with our emotions and influencing the air that each of us is taking in. Does anyone know the film Free Solo? So some of you may. Beautiful film. It won Best Documentary this year. Alex Honnold is an amazing individual. And the power of that communication, hopefully you can see this here. We worked with the filmmakers. They came into our cinema, and we can track the real-time differential, the density of carbon dioxide. And you can see the emotions in the breath of the audience. So what you're looking at is both CO2 levels and GSR. And this was all done, obviously, with transparency and engagement from the audience. But what I love is if you take the annotations away, you're seeing the intent of the filmmaker. You're seeing the storyline in the chemical composition of the room, of the space, of how people are feeling. I happened to look at this without the annotations initially, and you see where Alex summits, where he abandons his climb. You see the love story. And these types of measurements are repeatable across audiences. The power of breath and voice are becoming enormously impactful phenotypes for our mental and physical wellness. And they're obviously a bit thorny because they, in terms of privacy, permissioning can't be tied to a device, and they have amorphous travel patterns that change dynamically with context and with capture systems. But they have a great deal of beauty in that they can live in spaces and interact with us in the most subtle ways. So we can have common spaces that are influencing and interacting to help optimize our cognitive state, our goals, our cognitive goals in those environments, and modify the temperature. And some devices are starting to do this, but to truly close the loop to be empathetic. Because what right now, a space could be modifying its temperature, its color, its lighting, its texture, its sounds, to help me optimize in a particular environment. And this is where something as simple as a thermostat, even the most intelligent thermostat, still doesn't know whether I'm hot or cold. It still doesn't know what I'm trying to cognitively achieve at that moment in time, whether I'm trying to be cognitively aware and finish a presentation, or I'm trying to be I'm meditating, or I'm trying to be physically active, but in a behaviorally unidentifiable way. Closing that loop it's critical to have the internal state of the individual. Once we have the internal state of the individual, we have the power to move off of one-size-fits-all technology and make technology truly empathetic to be able to close the loop in terms of enhancing our cognitive goals. So let me give a quick example. Many people say the eye is the window to the soul. The diameter, where we're looking, our saccades tell us a great deal of information. The diameter of our eye could dilate for 3 different reasons. One, obviously, lighting conditions. Another, our cognitive effort, mental effort. Another, how engaged we are. Any one of those, it's ambiguous if we don't have the signatures of other sensory inputs, other sensors. So the real power is when we can start amalgamating these signatures to disambiguate a signal. I can know the eye's dilating. Lighting, that's an easy sensor to add. Easy amalgamation of machine learning. But if I can now have a microphone and understand the semantic scene of this environment, it becomes very powerful to be able to disambiguate these signatures. So the eye, in my mind, is not the window to the soul, it's truly the ear. The ear, just in a dime-sized patch inside our concha and right at the ear canal, you can pick up many signatures, and it's unparalleled as a point to read and write the brain. The cacophony of biological signatures that we can measure, we and others can measure inside the ear is extremely rich, and it can act as a port to, in many ways, a port to the subconscious. We can decode the location of a talker, so spatial location in terms of attention. Gaze direction, I think many people have measured. We can definitely pick up electrooculograms, so you know where an eye gaze is directed. Mental gestures, cognitive load, stress, scene awareness, mental health, GSR. And then you can write the brain. I think someone is going to talk about the ability to stimulate the vagal nerve and increase the probabilistic connectivity to a particular point, stimulus in the environment. Where we get to from the ear is I sincerely believe in a very near future we will wear devices in our ears, not to play us music, but to listen to our bodies and to serve us in ways that help technology in our spaces better optimize our cognitive states and better optimize how our technology is working for each of us and not just for a one-size-fits-all solution. I'll leave you with this, which is to know thyself is the beginning of wisdom. Obviously, there are a lot of issues with data privacy and how we solve those problems. Given that a lot of people in this room think about these issues, I want to say this one thing. So when we accelerate human performance and truly change the potential of the human capacity, if I look at something like snowboarding and we make people fly, we've got athletes in the room that have truly flown. It's not the technology solely that does that. It's obviously the evolution and aerodynamics of the snowboard matters, but there's a trifecta. It's that plus coaches and sports physiologists and the athletes understanding neuroplasticity, maybe not talking about it in the same way a scientist might, but they're experts in how to harness that with the new technology that they're working with. But the parallel path that truly changes, there's always one, is in this case, moving beyond the Humpty Dumpty era where the risk and cost of breaking an arm significantly changed. And once that changes, people engage in very different ways. The reason I'm bringing this up is today the power of our technologies and ubiquitous sensing and amalgamated sensing to truly improve and democratize many benefits is very dependent on how we, as a collective, approach data privacy and reestablish trust with consumers, but also define regulations that are going to enable the best proliferation of technology to be truly empathetic and personalized in ways that are supporting the cognitive states and empowering a lot of individuals. So, can we make this empathetic transition and knowledge and wisdom one that's truly enlightened? Thank you.
All right, so picture a new medical student trying to figure out his future. He looks around and he test drives psychiatry and finds it way too invasive. So he does the obvious thing. He becomes a neurosurgeon. Far less invasive. Specializing in implantable devices that stimulate specific nerves to relieve seizure, movement, pain, and other disorders. Eddie Chang is the Vice Chair of Neurological Surgery at the Jane Robinson Distinguished Professor, the William K. Bowles Jr. Biomedical Investigator at and co-director of the Center for Neural Engineering and Prostheses, a collaborative enterprise of UCSF and the University of California, Berkeley. Please welcome Dr. Chang.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Eddie Chang. I'm a neurosurgeon at University of California in San Francisco. I specialize in brain mapping. I take care of patients who have surgical indications for surgery where we have to map out the brain to make the surgery safe and effective and to take care of patients. Every day in my occupation, we try to understand how to optimize surgery so that patients have the best outcomes. And in my particular interest is understanding how language works. When someone comes to our medical center with epilepsy or a brain tumor that threatens to affect someone's ability to talk, those are the cases that I have the most interest in. When I go to the operating room every Monday, this is what I see. It's one of the most important, incredible machines that exists that we've been talking about. And for those of you who haven't seen it in this 2 days, this is actually what the human neocortical structure looks like, the human cortex. And what strikes me every time I see this, again every Monday, is that this is the machinery that gives rise to all of our thoughts, emotions, and our ability to communicate through language. It is this cortex that allows us to do this. What I want to spend this talk really focusing on is the computations, not necessarily about the questions of where in the brain does language exist, but more precisely about how does it work. What are the nuts and bolts? What is the algorithm, the computation that gives rise to our ability to speak? One of the ways that we do this is in the very special opportunity through the privilege of working with our patient volunteers where electrodes can be implanted onto the brain in order to seek out where the different parts of the brain cause seizures. While patients undergo these procedures, we can have them engaged in a variety of different tasks in the hospital or in the operating room. In this particular case, mapping out the movements when they speak. This is an area of motor control that has been very understudied. 99% of motor neuroscience focuses on how our arms and legs work. Very, very little actually focuses on how we control the most complex motor action that we do, which is called speaking. One of our reports last year, published in Neuron, described that when you look at individual millimeter sites in the part of the brain called the motor cortex that corresponds to the vocal tract, we were able to describe how each individual area there actually correlates to movements in the vocal tract. And this animation basically shows you a series of points that are on the human vocal tract, including the tongue, the lips, the jaw, and how they move when someone speaks. It's how this one particular part of the brain that you can see in a red dot on that schematic of the brain, how that part of the brain its neural activity relates to movement. And you can see that here. Whenever we make this sound like the duh and a dad, the front of the tongue goes up and back, the back of the tongue goes down, the jaw goes up and down, okay? And we've now done this for not just one or a couple of dozen, but now thousands of electrodes over dozens of patients, where we have been able to describe basically the patterns of neural encoding, the basic electrical code that the brain uses for every speech sound in the English language. This is in the context, again, of people who are undergoing surgeries as volunteers, where we have the very special privilege to track how their vocal tracts are moving, what they are saying, with the millisecond and millimeter precision that we can with our recordings from the brain. And we have now been able to describe this for all of the different consonants and vowels in the English language. Now, if it's possible to actually understand the neural code that allows us to speak, and when I mean the ability to speak, I mean that allows us to actually control the vocal tract in order to give these words and sentences that I'm saying, well, something that would be of great interest is, can we translate that knowledge to create technology, a device, for example, that would allow us to translate that brain activity to words, sentences, text for people who are paralyzed. In particular, for people who have conditions like Lou Gehrig's disease, otherwise known as ALS, or certain brainstem strokes, where the cognition in the cerebrum is fully intact, that neural activity is still there, but cannot get out. This is one of my favorite quotes that motivates a lot of the work that we do every day. Although I cannot move and I have to speak through a computer, in my mind I am free. This is from Stephen Hawking, which describes what it is like to be in a locked-in condition where you can have full thought, cognition, and emotion, but unable to actually communicate that. So our lab is really focused on how to bridge the gap between a lot of the assistive devices that currently exist, which are very laborsome, inefficient, and not that effective, which basically gets you at about 6 to 7 words per minute. Typing can get you at a words per minute. If you can type and you have normal function, a professional typewriter can get about 70 words per minute. But the way that I am speaking right now, and the way that a normal speaker speech happens in a conversation, occurs at about 150 words per minute. Okay, this is why speech is such an important behavior to our species, because it allows us to transmit information at a very fast rate. I want to repeat that. This is why speech is such an important and unique defining behavior for our species, because it allows us to convey information at a very fast rate. So, in thinking about how we would translate this for folks who are paralyzed, we really think that it's important to tap into the brain's natural ability to communicate through speech. And so we undergone a project that I worked on with graduate students in computer science, engineering, speech, and linguistics, where we wanted to show if it's possible, just as a proof of principle, if you could record the activity directly from these parts of the brain, can you synthesize what the person actually said? Okay, the very simple experiment is, while someone is speaking, we're recording the brain activity from these different areas, and we're decoding just the electrical activity from these areas. And we wanted to ask the simple question, can we reconstruct or synthesize the words that someone actually said just by looking at the neural activity? And the short answer is yes, we were able to do that. And yes, there's much more progress to be made with this. But the first step is there. And this involved a bit of artificial intelligence, but also required a good deal of really good design principles to apply to this principle. These are some of the examples that we had from this experiment, where we had subjects basically, the original speech is shown, the spectrogram is on the top, and then what we were able to decode just from brain activity. A spectrogram is a frequency and time window of what that speech looks like. And you can see overall, by vision, it looks visually qualitatively pretty good. But more importantly is, how does it sound? So in this demonstration, you're going to first see some of the sensors that are on these parts of the brain that we decode speech from. Then you're going to see that neural activity control simulation in a computer of the vocal tract. Because what we are trying to do is create an artificial and virtual vocal tract, which after that gives rise to the words. Okay, so the neural decoding is essentially controlling a computer simulation of a vocal tract, and that vocal tract is going to give rise to the actual words. And you're going to first hear what is synthesized from the brain, and then you will hear to compare what the person originally said, just as a reference point.
The proof that you are seeking is available in books.
The proof that you are seeking is not available in books.
The proof that you are seeking is available in books. Shipbuilding is a most fascinating process.
Shipbuilding is a most fascinating process.
Shipbuilding is a most fascinating process.
Isn't that cool? Yeah. Okay. So thank you. So we published this earlier this year, but in reality, it takes a couple years to really figure out how to do this. But the first time that we saw this, we were so excited. We said, well, let's take this out. We have the proof of principle. Let's see what this looks like in someone who's actually paralyzed. So we created a trial. I worked very closely with some of my colleagues in neurology, and we created a clinical trial called the Bravo clinical trial. And one of the first participants in this trial who underwent a surgery where we can actually get these recordings through some technology that we've been able to implant directly on the brain surface, not in the brain, but on the brain surface. This is the first time I've really described this, but this is data that was actually acquired just 1 month ago, where we've asked this individual who is paralyzed. He has very minimal movements of his neck, can't move his arms, can't talk for sure, but he can think this because of a stroke that he had in the brainstem, which is at the top of the spinal cord. In this particular example, we're not asking him to synthesize words, but actually think about certain words, and we're decoding those words. So what you'll basically see is our participant there. You can see the port actually coming through the top of the back of his head as part of this clinical trial. And what you're going to see at the top part of the computer screen is the words that we've asked him to think about how to say. And then below, you're going to see the computer algorithm essentially thinking about how to do this, and then telling us what we've actually been able to get through the algorithm. So this is hot off the press. I'm really excited to share this. This area is thank you. We're making terrific progress in this area, and thank you all for your interest.
Did you miss us? I once had the opportunity to ask His Holiness the Dalai Lama what the study of Buddhism was really about. His answer was, the nature of mind. Dr. Guanchen Sun doesn't have a lot to contribute about the nature of mind, but the nature of the brain is something very interesting to him. For those of you who are researching the brain, and I gather that's the majority of those here, Dr. Sun once commented that he uses different parts of his brain to focus on different parts of the body. So to prove that, we put him in an MRI and looked at his brain as he extended his chi to heal different people's illnesses in different parts of the body. And sure enough, different parts of his brain lit up. So if you'd like to study the brain and its relationship to the healing body, he's open to more collaboration. Right now, we'd like to just do with you some exercises which will help us to ground and go further on in the morning. So please stand up.
Okay, this exercise is called internal energy grounding exercise. Sometimes if you have too much energy in the head, you can bring the energy down to your feet. Or you have amazing and wonderful ideas. If you want to manifest your idea to the reality, this exercise can also help you to bring the idea to the reality. So please raise up the hand. You just close the index finger and the middle finger thumb over them. Keep your pinky fingers and the ring fingers extended. Then just hold your hand in front of your navel. Let's take just a 3 deep breaths. Just inhale, open your arms, feel the energy between your pinky fingers. You slowly kind of waving your hand, check the feelings between your pinky fingers. So then you turn your hand facing up. So bring your hand, so inhale, you bring your hand from the front, your navel go back. In the back of your kidneys, you can slowly circle your hand. Feel the connection between your pinky fingers and your kidneys. And then just slowly bring the energy down to your feet. You just direct your awareness and your attention down to your feet, bending forward. Then just pay attention to your little toes and your feet. Then move your hand around. Bring your hand to the inside of your feet. You just slowly and one vertebrae up. Then just feel the connection between your hand and your bladder. Then you go with the hand, turn the hand facing up again. Move the hand up to the navel, then go back. So use your hand a little bit, energize your kidneys. Just make a small circle. Then just slowly drop your hand down from the other side of your legs. Your pinky fingers pointing the ground and sending the energy down to your feet. Feel the connection between your pinky fingers and your little toes. Then you slowly move your hand, go inside your feet, and move your hand a little closer to the heel. Then slowly, one vertebrae up. Then bring the fresh earth energy up to your bladder. So then just repeat it one more time. Bring the hand up to the navel, go back. Energize your kidneys, then slowly bending forward. Direct your energy down to your feet. Then move the hand, go inside your feet. Then move your hand close to your heel. Slowly, one vertebrae up. Then up to your navel. Then down your hand to your bladder position. Release your fingers, your attention down to your bladder and your feet. Then tapping your lower abdomen. Also a little bit tapping the other side of your legs, please. Then go tapping from the inside up to your lower abdomen. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And 3 times. You feel the time perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Manpreet Singh's sister was born with Down syndrome and congenital heart disease. Doctors told her family that her sister wouldn't live past the age of 5. Manpreet knew 2 things. 1, that the doctors were wrong, and that 2, she would one day become a medical researcher working to improve the lives of children so that they could reach their full potential. Today, Manpreet's sister is healthy and thriving, and the attitude Manpreet adopted back then guides everything that she does now. This might be why her patients call her the Hope Doctor. Dr. Singh is Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Stanford University, where she directs the Stanford Pediatric Mood Disorders Clinical Program and the Pediatric Emotion and Resilience Lab. She has hoovered up every major award in her field, all while writing the first clinical book on diagnosing and treating pediatric mood disorders in the world, lecturing as an invited expert on preventing depression at the United Nations, obtaining numerous NIH research grants, and raising 3 terrific children. Please welcome our department's very own superwoman, Manpreet Singh.
Thank you, Karen, for such a lovely introduction. Depression is the leading cause of health burden, yet we haven't made a single dent yet in treating it. We need 3 key breakthroughs to prevent depression from lasting a lifetime. Some of the cool things coming out now are repurposing psychedelics, or figuring out how to understand shared mechanisms so Me Too drugs can come out. But most of that work is transactional. Kids who come to see me try a medication, it works or it doesn't work. We try something else, it works or it doesn't work. We try yet another thing, and the story continues. How do we move from the transactional to the transformational in the business of treating depression or potentially even preventing it from lasting a lifetime? We need better treatments for people living with depression that predict and track outcomes. But I posit that we need to work in an earlier space. We need preemptive interventions for those at risk or in pre-symptomatic stages. This is an opportunity in this early stage to potentially lay the groundwork for a more adaptive, lifelong outcome. And we also need biomarkers for early detection, because if we can predict it, we can prevent it. I want to speak about the middle portion, the preemptive stage. It's where I think we have the most potential for impact, because it's where we can use the organism itself to shore up innate resilient mechanisms and engage that organism with the community around it. And resilience, I think, is a potential opportunity. It's an intriguing solution for the prevention of depression. So what is it? Is it universal? Is it cross-species? Broadly speaking, we think of resilience as a complex and dynamic process, perhaps very, very difficult to define. But generally, we think of it as the ability to adapt successfully to adversity, stressful life events, significant threat, or trauma. What we recognize is that it does fall on a continuum, and it can be cultivated with a potential for change across the lifespan. This is where transformative interventions can take place. So what makes humans resilient? What makes you resilient? Is it meditating? Is it keeping a positive attitude? Do you reframe your stressful thoughts, develop a moral compass, have a resilient role model, Do you use active coping strategies to cope with stress? Establish and nurture a supportive social network or prioritize your physical well-being. Do you train your brain? And play to your strengths. Any number of these strategies are known and effective. It's not rocket science. These strategies themselves aren't rocket science, but the science behind them is largely unknown or undiscovered. And so for me, this is the space where the brain and the mind intersect. And I would like to talk to you specifically about training the brain and the opportunity when we establish and nurture a supportive social network to reinforce our inherent capacity for adaptation to stress. Recently, we discovered in a group in Mount Sinai discovered that there's an important gene that targets a network of genes, and if overexpressed in the prefrontal cortex, in fact, leads to a series of events that can actually result in behavioral resilience in a mouse. This gene network could be an important first step to understanding the basic neuroscience that constructs or governs how our brains adapt to stress. At the end of the day, who will be resilient? Who will develop depression? We all have our good days and our bad days. These are my kids. They have their good days and their bad days. The model that we're using in the work that we do is a family model. Because what we've come to recognize is that if a parent has depression or another mood disorder, then the child is going to be potentially predisposed for a variety of reasons. We've also discovered that we can use neuroscientific tools to help us understand the brains of youth who live in a family affected by a mood disorder. What do those brains look like? Well, it turns out that if you have a parent struggling with depression, then there may be a lot of family chaos. That family chaos may be associated with disconnected brain networks in the children. How do we intervene when we know that the brain networks are potentially predisposed, even before the onset of symptoms? We're I think, in an amazing space in science to be able to leverage neuroimaging and other neuroscience tools to provide us with clues about stages of depression. The brain can actually discern when a child is at risk for depression or already has it. This allows us to then potentially intervene at a critical sensitive window. When we follow kids over time, we have discovered that, in fact, it is true that stronger brain connectivity, particularly in the area of the prefrontal cortex, not only predicts resilient outcomes, but also tracks with key drivers of resilience behaviors. Specifically, what we've discovered is that when we compare kids who develop depression versus those who are resilient, the kids who are resilient have more pro-social behaviors. And those pro-social behaviors, your capacity for empathy, their capacity to engage in adaptive relationships with other kids and the family, are in fact helpful to them, lead them to more adaptive outcomes, protect them from developing depression. So how do we do this? How do we cultivate pro-social behaviors to change the brain and then to change the outcome? Well, let's talk back about what happens when a kid comes into my office. The first step is to educate. We usually find ourselves in the business of describing depression. What does it mean to be depressed? You have low mood, you have difficulty finding things joyful, you lose interest in the things that are normally fun for you. For kids, it's losing an interest in an extracurricular activity or something that they really, truly love to do. It could also be in the business of failing grades, losing motivation to complete homework. Guilt, low energy, poor concentration, appetite challenges, possibly also the somber concern of suicide. I'm thinking and wishing to be dead. I don't find hope. I don't see a future for myself. We begin by traditionally educating about symptoms. What if we added some skills that cultivate pro-social behaviors? What if we helped kids move beyond just education about or self-awareness about depressive symptoms to cultivating effective communication skills and effective problem solving? And what if we did that in a family setting? It's the most accessible first place to cultivate pro-social behaviors, isn't it? And it's also safe because if you fail at it, it's not as hard of a landing as it is in potentially peer settings when it becomes even more salient and important for kids to land a successful pro-social interaction. We combine the education about symptoms, the communication skills, and the problem solving. And we called it family-focused therapy. And what we wanted to do is understand whether we could, by comparing family-focused therapy just to standard education alone, whether we could change the behavior, change the brain, and then change the outcome. What did we find? Family-focused therapy delayed depression recurrence by 35 more weeks than standard education or enhanced care alone. We also looked in the brains to see if youth who have a risk for mood disorders didn't have a family history of mood disorders. What did their brain networks look like? We did a whole brain network analysis. And interestingly, the one place that showed significant differences in families affected by mood disorders versus those who weren't was in the prefrontal cortex, perhaps where that ZFP189 gene is living. What we found was that those high-risk youth who are trying to manage the stress around them because of the family depression are in areas of the prefrontal cortex that are critical for emotion regulation. When we compared what family-focused therapy did to just the standard education alone, we found treatment by time interaction. We found that the kids that had the family-focused therapy, from pre-treatment to post-treatment, had increased. And when you compared it to healthy controls, while the kids who had the standard psychoeducation sort of set the control set, the kids with the family-focused therapy, again, showed that enhanced connectivity. That enhanced connectivity correlated with depression symptoms in those youth. So here is an example where we were able to use pro-social behaviors to change the brain and then change the outcome. There is a lot for us to do to solve the problem of depression, for us to work together, to leverage the science of resilience to prevent depression from lasting a lifetime. I'd like to acknowledge our village, because it really does take a village to do this work. And thank you for your time. I look forward to our discussions.
Our next speaker, Nick Malouche, is a professor of material science and engineering at Stanford University. There's a story on here about his goats being toured around town as VW Rabbit, but I want to talk about actually his work as a prolific inventor, and that 3 companies have been created from his research in his lab, including one that you heard from yesterday, Paradromics. And as Karen talked about, community building and actually collaborating within BrainMind, something that is incredibly important to why we are pulling everything together to this weekend. And he actually is hosting 2 entrepreneurs, successful serial entrepreneurs in his lab so that we can bring more of his research to humanity faster. And so he's piloting this EIR program with BrainMind. And his work is truly groundbreaking. He now engineers materials and structures for neural interfaces and electronics pertinent to highly parallel data acquisition and recording. And he's moving past his goat-addled past to create new materials that can directly read the brain. So please welcome Nick Milosh.
Calvin. So my lab is a neuroengineering lab, but we really came from neuroengineering and nanoengineering. So I think a lot about how to make very small devices and about how things change as we this length scale, as you go from large devices to smaller devices to the smallest devices. In particular, we've been thinking about how to make and improve brain-machine interfaces. And I think Eddie gave you a fantastic example of the potential of a brain-machine interface, in that case, to actually be able to decode speech. And when I think about the brain-machine interface, it generally consists of 3 different parts. It consists of obtaining a neural signal, decoding that with some kind of decoder algorithm, and then applying that either for cursor motion or speech on your phone or motion of a prosthetic limb. And what we saw from Eddie really showed the power of current decoding algorithms and the ability to take data and actually interpret it in remarkably facile and specific ways. But it's still a pretty invasive procedure. Those are big electrodes that go in there, and they coat a very large part of the brain. And so one of the biggest challenges for us is looking at how to get this neural signal consistently without doing very much damage. And if we look at what is really necessary, we want to be able to have stable probes that give us consistent signals over time. We want to have them non-damaging, that don't hurt the brain tissue when it goes in. We want relatively high channel count, because the higher the complexity of the task, the more channels you need to actually interpret it. And speech is a great example. And you also want it relatively unobtrusive. If we're going to have people actually using these, we don't want something sticking out of your head going around, right? So all these are critical requirements for brain-machine interfaces. And if we look at the devices that are out there today, you can actually see a number of the past devices here on the first couple panels. These are the only preclinically approved brain-machine interfaces for humans. And so there are these ECOG arrays on the far left, which tile on the surface of the brain. Unfortunately, only limited information exists on the surface of the brain. A lot of the good information is deeper. And so we have to get into that tissue. And one example is here, the Utah arrays. So these look like medieval torture devices. And yet, those little spikes can give you pretty good data. The problem is they do a lot of damage when you put them in, and over time, they no longer work. There are more examples on the right showing more recent things that engineers have been developing. So very small probes on a silicon shank that can insert into the brain and record at relatively high fidelity and density for neural recordings. Now, one of the first questions we asked when we got into this field is, well, how big should these devices be if we're going to avoid damage to the brain when we put them in? And for example, on panel E here, this is a NeuroPixel, which is the latest and greatest silicon probe that was developed. And I asked the developer a couple weeks ago, well, how did you determine what size those should be? Well, he said, 70, 80 microns, that sounds like a pretty good size. It's small. And in fact, it's typically said that, hey, that's smaller than a human hair. A human hair is 100 microns. Well, as far as I know, there's no principle that said that human hair should be able to insert into the brain without damage. And so we asked what happens as you go to different length scales. So we did the first systematic study of different size probes as they insert into the brain. So here's an example of an 80 micron electrode going into the brain, visualized with epifluorescence. And you can see it compressing the blood vessels and pulling them until they finally tear and rupture. So all the black coming out is blood rupturing as it's going through. And you're going to see it break some of the other vasculature as well as it goes in deeper and deeper until we can't see it anymore. So these small, non-perturbative probes are in fact doing considerable damage as they go into the brain. So we said, well, what happens then as we scale to smaller devices? So we start at 120, and we look at the amount of bleeding observed in a binary sense. Do we see bleeding or not? 120, 100% of the time we see bleeding. At 100 microns, 100% of the time, it always bleeds. 80 microns, we always see bleeding. As you saw, it tears the vessels as it goes in. But all of a sudden, when we go to 50 microns, there's a dramatic drop. Only about half the time do you see bleeding. The other half, we don't see bleeding when you insert. And these are high numbers of repetitions, hundreds of repetitions to get this data. We go a little bit smaller, 20 microns, once in a while. And remarkably, sub 20 microns, you never see bleeding, ever. You can insert again and then again and again, and you don't see bleeding. Remarkable. We were super excited about this, so we called our collaborator, a friend over in the UK who has a very good 2-photon microscope, and we said, hey, can this be right? Do an insertion with a 25 micron wire and see what happens. So here it is. They dyed the probe so you can see it going into the microvasculature where there are 10 micron blood vessels, and you can see it going through and just displacing the blood vessels. They're not rupturing them. And so what happens at this size scale is that it's not a rupture event like with a larger probe, but in fact, right near the edge of the probe is a displacement zone where it pushes the blood vessels aside rather than catches them and causes them to rupture. So if you go small enough, then the entire probe becomes displacement rather than rupture. And indeed, this is what we see at that smallest length scale. You always displace and push away blood vessels rather than catch them and rupture them. So that's a remarkable observation just from a very simple systematic study of what happens as a function of size. So how do we use this then, knowing then that we can make very small probes that are non-damaging? Well, then we make probes that are that length scale and smaller. So these are what we call neuroroots because they're the same kind of size scale as natural human axons in the brain, about sub 10 micron. And you can scale these up and actually implant them into the brain with very low damage. You can also apply this to the peripheral nerve system as well. So here's an image of them going into the peripheral nerve, in the ulnar nerve in this case, where they actually distribute through the nerve without harming it. We also can make parallel arrays of very small wires, and this is what Matt Engel presented yesterday that's now spun off and launched out of the lab for the company Paradromics. Okay, so that's one of the big problems, is damage. But there's another big problem, which is scaling. And so if I look at how we currently scale how many devices that we have, here's one fantastic example from UCSF. It's a beautiful piece of work, but you can see some of the challenges in the field in it. So this is a 16 electrode probe at the end of a silicon shank. And then if I want more of them, I will make 4 probes on that. And then what if I want more than 4 times 16? Well, then I stack them up. And I get this big stack of devices. And that looks something like that. And so this is very powerful, gets you about 1,000 electrodes, but this is not going to scale for humans. You don't want to have that big block sitting on your head. So we need some way to break this scaling paradigm of just connectorizing them to these big, fat connectors. And if you know much about neuroscience in terms of the hardware, the whole brain is really about connectors. That if I have these tiny little neuroroots, those go to, in this case, 32 different pads. And from there, I have to go to a computer through a connector. So there's always this big chunk of plastic in between your electrodes and your computer. That's a big problem. And we don't have a solution for it yet. But we've got to get rid of those connectors if we're going to make something that is going to be really powerful and small. And yet, if I think about this, we have devices all around us that have millions of independent little pixels, each one that can record and stimulate voltage. And so in our mind, the question became, how do we connect these two? Why go to a normal CMOS chip? We can go onto the surface of a pixel array, like a camera or a display chip. All right? It's not entirely obvious how you do this, but we actually were inspired to do something like a Post-it note. What if it was just as simple as placing a Post-it note on top of this chip? And we were inspired in this case by how geckos work. Now, this is an interesting example. Geckos have tiny little hairy pads at the end of their fingers. And those tiny little hairs interact through van der Waals forces, a very weak force that allow them to climb all over the walls in your hotel room in Hawaii. Okay? And it's really a matter of scale. That at that small scale, those weak forces are very, very powerful. That inertia and mass that we have at our macroscopic level don't really apply here. And so we took that principle and said, can we make something different that would use it to make good contacts? So this is what we call a gecko pad. It's got an insulator on the polymer on the top, it's got a pixel down below, and it's got this metallic pad that's suspended over the metal pad. And all we're going to do is take this and just plop it down on top of our pixel surface. And in fact, when you simulate, what happens is those weak forces will snap that small pad into contact with a pixel, just because they're very, very small, 10 microns or so. And so you can get automatic connection without having to do anything other than place one on top of the other. And so this has allowed us then to make series of these devices. And here's an example of a few. And then we zoom out. This is what it looks like when you're putting it down. So you can see on the top surface, we've got hundreds of them in contact. And then kind of midway through, we see where they're out of contact. They're kind of coming up and about to become in contact as we roll it down. And this is what one of these looks like on a display chip. Each one of those little pixels is 6 microns, and we can integrate them. And you might say, how do you get a one-to-one contact with each of those pixels? And the answer is, I don't need to. We've got 1 million pixels there, and we've got a few 10,000s of connectors. We don't even worry about that. We can connect all of our electrodes up to the pixels that we need. And in fact, if you're wondering, you can get very good electrical contact just by this snapping method. Okay, so using these two things, knowing that you go very small and knowing that we can connectorize them without any connectors and big chunks of plastic, we can start making what we think is going to be a very non-damaging scaling BMI. Something like this, where we're going to have tiny electrodes coming off the surface, going to a chip, and then eventually going to a wireless antenna on the outside. Each of these then is only a few millimeters in size. And this can be implanted at multiple locations to give you high density, deep data from inside the brain. So, is this the future of BNI? Well, we're yet to find out, but I think what I've hopefully convinced you is a lot of the traditional barriers that have been there in terms of the devices are starting to come down. We can make things that don't damage, and we can scale it up. Thank you very much.
We're going to head to a break. When we return, artist and tech entrepreneur Grace Ng is going to demonstrate a brain art interface. She's built an EEG application that can take brain activity and transpose it into a digital painting in real time, which will be projected on the screens. By the way, we're looking for volunteers to be a part of the demo. So we're going to come back at 11:10, snacks and coffee outside. Enjoy. At Stanford, she builds closed-loop experiences to enable targeted neuroplasticity with immersive consumer technology. She is the recipient of awards from the Consumer Technology Association for her work to bring forward over-the-counter hearing aid devices, from the Advanced Imaging Society for her role in the development of
Testing. Excuse me, are we good? Testing? Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I think we're getting started. Okay. Hi, everyone. It's such an honor to be here with you today. Thank you. I've been super inspired this morning and like yesterday from all the discussions about the brain. Something that I do is I take a lot of neuroscience concepts and I turn it into art so that it's fun and accessible to the general public. So today I'll be sharing with you Mind Paint, which is an interactive painting that reacts to your brain activity. So this is a visual feedback loop for your mental state. When you're stressed, it's going to turn orange, which is beta state. And then when you start calming down, it's going to start turning blue, alpha state. And then the exercise is to get to theta state, which is your creative flow state. And this is going to be done through different prompts. So you can visualize your happy place, you can visualize a dream that you have, or even just take simple, deep breaths. The purpose of this art piece is to showcase the power of the mind to turn thoughts into reality and highlight the subconscious mind. So my background is as a technology entrepreneur, user experience designer, and developer. A few years ago, I went through burnout and depression running my startup, and that's when I started digging into my mind to understand what was going on. And I realized that so much of how we operate is embedded in our subconscious. And so many of societal problems can be traced back to what's going on in here. So if we can help people understand their minds, then we can all become better people and create a happier and healthier society. So that was the message that I want to share with the whole world through this art piece. When I created this art piece, Mind Paint, it was also an exercise in my own neuroplasticity, because I was so singularly focused in my industry and the work that I was doing. I wanted to kind of explore and stretch my brain plasticity. And I'm not a neuroscientist, but I collaborated with a lot of neuroscientists to learn and understand these new concepts and distill them into something simple and fun for everyone to experience. Since then, I've exhibited Mind Paint in several countries around the world, introducing neuroscience and BCI to the general public, ranging from children to government officials. My hope is to create more art experiences that are inspired by neuroscience research so that we can educate more people about their minds. So now I'll show you Mind Paint. So this is using the Muse headset. I think Ariel is here in the audience. And I'm painting, it's detecting my hand motion, so the brush strokes are following my hands. Can we also cue the music? And the colors are reacting to my brain activity. So the purple is theta state, the blue is alpha. So theta is associated with creative flow, daydreaming, visualization. Blue, alpha state is when I'm calm, relaxed. And then you might see orange if, you can also shout out prompts or something to stress me out. But for the most part, I feel like I've trained my brain at this point to become very calm. So you can paint with one hand, you can paint with two hands, and then you can also start fading it out just by pinching and pulling up like that. And so can I have Christopher come up and also do a little demonstration?
Thanks so much.
Yeah. So you can just pull the legs out. And just
Yep. And you can just start painting.
And the music?
Oh, yeah, where's the music? Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. So this piece is just to show that anyone can create with their mind, whatever is inside your head, illustrating the power of the mind to turn your thoughts into reality. Thank you.
Jay Sanguinetti is a research scientist at the University of Arizona and research assistant professor at the University of New Mexico, where he's the director of NICE, the Non-Invasive Cognitive Enhancement Lab. His current interests include non-invasive brain stimulation to enhance cognition and well-being, and he is presently investigating whether focused ultrasound can be used to augment meditation practice and access advanced states of mind. But importantly, why is he doing this? Well, it's because at the age of 22, His Holiness the Dalai Lama asked him directly. And you have to talk to him to get the story. Please welcome to the stage, Jay Sanguinetti.
Thank you for that. And it's really a pleasure to share this weekend with all of you, and really an honor for me. Over the past couple of years, our team has been really searching for neurotechnologies that can dramatically accelerate mindfulness training. And so over the next couple of minutes, what I want to do is explain to you what I mean by that, and also give you a sense of why we're interested in this in the first place. So these are some heartbreaking statistics that you can find on the internet. This is a counter that's counting in real time the number of opioid deaths since about the end of 2017. And it's especially heartbreaking when you realize the effects that it's having on children who are born into this issue. Now, these are only numbers for our home state of Arizona, and so obviously this is a large issue that the whole nation is facing, but just looking at that small snapshot should be motivating enough to want to do something about this issue. And so we've been working with the University of Arizona and the University Medical School to try to find interventions that not only treat the clinical symptoms, but we also want to find cognitive training paradigms that give patients the cognitive and emotional skills that they can take back into their lives to lead healthier lives and to have healthier minds. So you can guess what we're looking at. We're looking at mindfulness-based interventions. The science on this is still pretty young, but we do know that if you create a mindfulness-based intervention and get patients to go through an 8-week course, you can reduce the clinical issues, for this case, craving and the number of uses of the drug, like opioids, and that tends to lead to well-being in the patients. Now, why is that working? Well, what's happening is that patients are developing what we call mindful awareness. This is a famously hard thing to operationalize and quantify in the lab, but this is one of the definitions floating around. So it's a form of awareness that is present-centered and has a flavor of non-judgmental nature to it. So that's been hard. There's been multiple definitions that are proposed for what mindful awareness really is, but what seems to be clear from the science is that what's underneath these transformations is the cultivation and the training of attention. And so we've been working with a well-known meditation teacher, Shinzen Young, who's actually here. You can talk to him. And I think he's developed a really beautiful model of mindfulness, which basically says what mindful awareness really is the training of at least three core attention skills. So they're here. Take sensory clarity, for example. This is your ability to track in real time sensory information with high resolution and high detection. So I used to play baseball. There's been a lot of perceptual science on professional baseball players. And we know that they can track a baseball with very high resolution and detection, and they can hit a ball moving at 90 miles an hour. Now, the claim, obviously, is that that's an attention skill that can be trained, and it's being trained in baseball players. And that when we're training this in patients in the clinic, and they're training all of these attention skills, that's what leads to efficacy. So when they apply that form of attention to their clinical issues, like craving, it breaks up the craving and breaks the automatic behavior linked to behavior, and you get positive behavior change. So, okay, why am I not ending there, right? We should just create a mindfulness paradigm, give that to our patients, and we're done. Well, as most of you know, if you've tried mindfulness on your own, it's initially very difficult. So you read about all of these benefits, you've read about things like enlightenment, you see the Dalai Lama, and then you sit down at the pillow and you don't get any of that. Actually, you probably got the opposite, and so you give up. Now imagine patients who have opioid addiction, who are trying to come into the clinic. They're having to pay for that time. It's very costly. And so what we were motivated to do was try to find technologies that facilitate the training, that we then hypothesize should facilitate the clinical benefits. And if we can find something that's powerful and safe, it'll reduce suffering on a very large scale. And so with that, we created the SimiLab at the University of Arizona, in collaboration with the Center for Consciousness Studies. And this is Shenzhen here, being a model for us. What SIMA stands for is Sonication Enhanced Mindfulness Acquisition. So really, this is about helping patients acquire those attention skills. And we're using a form of technology called transcranial ultrasound. So we're focusing a very low-intensity beam of ultrasound into the brain. And because it's highly focal, we actually have to use MRI to guide it. So that's Shenzhen's brain behind him there guiding the ultrasound. Now, this is a relatively old technology that's having a resurgence over the last 10 to 15 years. And it's really a great form of neuromodulation because you can focus a very, very low-intensity beam into the brain, and you can modulate brain activity and brain function. So many labs are developing this. There's labs here at Stanford that are doing great work. And what we thought is if we could target certain brain areas and certain brain networks, really, that are involved in acquiring these attention skills, these mindfulness skills, we can help patients induce mindful states in the lab and then learn those attention skills so they can get clinical effects and bring that back into the world. And so what we were doing here was targeting the anterior cingulate cortex. This was our first study. That part of the brain is really involved in conflict monitoring. So when you're sitting down to meditate, you need to monitor your attention and see what's trying to grab it away. And so we thought if we could take healthy undergraduates, sonicate that area of the brain, we may be able to induce a mindfulness state. And that's exactly what we did. So on the left, these are the subjects who got sonication. This was double-blinded. Moving up the scale basically means you're reporting more mindful awareness. It's a validated scale. On the right, it's the placebo condition on your left. And basically, we found no effect for these subjects. Now, this lasted for about 2 hours. We followed up. Subjects were fine. Many of them wanted to come back and do the study again. But what this demonstrated is that we could actually stimulate or induce mindful awareness in the lab. But remember, we don't want to just induce mindfulness. We want to help people learn these mindfulness skills. And so the hypothesis that we're testing now in patients is if we can induce one of these states, like sensory clarity, can we actually help patients learn the other ones faster and lead to faster clinical effects? So we've designed a 2-month protocol where we teach people the mindfulness techniques. They get the sonication sessions while they're doing the meditation, the mindfulness, and then they get personal support throughout the whole thing. So we want to make sure they have both psychological support and support by trained mindfulness teachers. This is a group connected to Shenzhen called Unified Mindfulness. And the support is really to help them integrate these skills back into their lives. So not just to get the clinical reduction with what's going on with them, but also take this back into the world. But it doesn't stop there. If we can show that this works for addiction, we think that this will then be applicable to pretty much any clinical disorder that we apply this to. And why would I make such a big claim? Well, that's because if this mechanism is true, if we're actually helping patients learn these attention skills, and it's really the attention skills applied to the clinical issue that's leading to positive behavior change, which is sort of what we're looking at now, then that paradigm should be applicable to chronic pain as much as to addiction, and as much to eating disorders and depression and everything else in the psychological dimension. And so the long-term plan is really to take this paradigm into different clinical issues. But of course, it doesn't stop there. If you can lead to positive behavior change, you then will lead to well-being as well. And so Shenzhen has developed this really nice model that has a sort of a broad explanation for the categories that make up what we would call well-being. And so we're also trying to devise scales and measures to quantify what we mean by well-being broadly and deeply defined. So that's very exciting. So here's Shenzhen again, modeling our newest prototype that we've developed over the past few months. So the transducer, the ultrasound transducer, is on the back of the head. It's targeting the default mode network here, the posterior cingulate. What you see is we have headphones so we can pipe in the mindfulness training. So the subjects are actually doing the training while they're getting the sonication. And then ultimately, we want to be able to record brain activity in real time. So we've just recently done this in the scanner, because you can do ultrasound in the scanner simultaneously and take MRI. But now we want to take it out into the clinic, record EEG, and look at the brain changes in real time to make sure that we're modulating the brain in the direction we want to modulate it in. But ultimately, we want to take those signals and feed it back into the ultrasound to trigger the ultrasound. So we're creating a closed-loop system. The point here is to do as little possible ultrasound as possible to get the clinical effect, to get people to learn those mindfulness skills and break the link to behavior. So far, what we've done on a very shoestring budget down in Tucson, we've done a couple neuroimaging studies. We're looking at safety to make sure both behavioral and neurological, we're doing the modulation we want to do and not leading to any negative effects. And we're also looking at efficacy. And so here at BrainMind, what we're looking for are collaborators that can help us do the best science and use the best neuroimaging methods possible. Also, we'd love to talk to ethicists about this. We want to be very careful and really to think through what we're doing for patients and make sure we're moving them in the direction of well-being and not some other direction. And of course, we need funding to fund all of this. So I'm going to leave you with the motto of the lab. It's develop the skills, develop the mindfulness skills, optimize happiness, deeply and broadly defined. Thank you very much.
Dr. Jim Locke is professor of psychiatry and pediatrics at the Stanford University School of Medicine, where he directs the Stanford Child and Adolescent Eating Disorder Program. He is a pretty normal-looking guy, except after 13 hours of bicycling through the jungles of Botswana recently, in which case he looks like this. In all seriousness, Jim is clearly a person who works extremely hard, and he is regarded as one of the world's leading authorities on the study and treatment of eating disorders. He pursues his research with a mission: to help families overcome extraordinary challenges where lives hang in the balance. Here to tell you more about this, please give a warm welcome to Jim Locke.
Nervous. That was quite a bike ride. So I want to talk to you about Alina. She's a 13-year-old girl who 3 months ago began to restrict her eating and over-exercise. Prior to that, she'd been the apple of her parents' eye, never a moment's trouble, straight-A student, loving parents, great family. Now she's in our hospital, refusing to eat, terrified of eating anything, and requiring, therefore, nasogastric feeds. What we're talking about is anorexia nervosa. It is the most deadly psychiatric disease, bar none. Most people are surprised to know that. It's heritable. It runs in families, but it can also spontaneously occur. Severe body image distortion. This is not a disorder about being pretty. It's a disorder about being thin and thinner. Extreme fear. Not desire, fear of weight gain. This disorder is extremely costly. It happens early in life. 13 or 14 is usually when its onsets. And as such, it affects all of social, psychological, emotional, and academic development. It's not a new disorder. There are descriptions going back to Egyptian times. There are descriptions in the Western medical literature, John Morton in the 1600s. It does not just affect girls. About 10% of the people who get it are boys. It is a grossly underfunded and misunderstood illness. With anorexia and starvation that attends it, the body shuts down. It essentially goes into a hibernation state. The brain atrophy, as you see here, I don't have a pointer, but if you look at those two images, the one on my right is an unhealthy brain where you see much more black than white. That's because you've lost white matter. And that's because myelinization involves fats, and those are lost. With changes in brain, you also have changes in cognition. You see below there those drawings. Those are something psychologists call ray figures. These are figures that evaluate your ability to see the big picture. There's a low-weight person on my right that's low weight but doesn't have anorexia nervosa, and you see that red box. That red box is an organizing principle around which you can place all those little details. The person with anorexia, who's closer to me on my right there, that person doesn't have that organizing red box with the X in it. Instead, what you see is a proliferation of disorganized details. And when you see that disorganized way of thinking, you can understand how it is that they cannot see the big picture of their health, their well-being, the social implications, the health implications of starvation. When your body shuts down, you don't make anything extra. So hormones are extra. In young women, estrogen goes down, and in boys, testosterone goes down. And when you don't have those, your body stops being able to put mineral in bone. And what you see here on the far right is an osteoporotic bone. It's translucent. You can see back in the black in there compared to the healthy one on the right. Those bones are fragile, prone to breaking. The cardiac image is probably the most important one to look at now. What happens when your body shuts down is it tries to conserve energy, and your heart rate drops. In addition, when you aren't getting enough food from outside, your body starts cannibalizing itself, and your heart is the biggest organ to work from, and it loses mass. The combination of a low heart rate and mass loss in the heart is proneness to cardiac arrest. The reason the mortality rate is so high in anorexia nervosa is twofold. One is the effect on the heart. Cardiac arrests account for about half of the deaths. And the other half is from suicide. Living in the world of an anorexic person's mind is hell. It is a place where you can do no right. You've always done something wrong. You've eaten too much. You haven't exercised enough. You have definitely not been good enough at doing it. That is hard to live with over time. I've been impressed this morning with all the themes about the social relatedness and the brain and our relationship with another. What anorexia does is it shuts all those social relationships down right when they're critical in early adolescence, when you're first demonstrating skills. And when that persists, the reasons for living begin to go down. And people with anorexia nervosa have suicide rates 7 to 8 times higher than the average person. How come we don't know more about anorexia nervosa? How come we don't know more about what it is we need to do to move forward? Stigma and parental blame, number one. You've all heard of refrigerator mothers causing autism. We don't believe that anymore. Double binding messages from others causing psychotic process and schizophrenia. We don't believe that anymore. Still in our culture, there is a belief that somehow parents and mothers particularly are intrusive and controlling, causing anorexia nervosa. The data on that just doesn't exist. Drugs are not effective. We haven't found any drugs, and we've tried a lot, that change the course of anorexia nervosa. Therefore, there's non-investment. We've looked at the end stage, people who've been ill for 10 or 15 years. If you look early, you'll actually find something different. No one is taking really responsibility for this. We know if we treat early, we can change the course. Hospitalization does not change the course. Medications aren't effective, and shame and guilt inhibit it. So what does work? We found in the last 15 years a treatment where families are empowered to actually help their children recover from anorexia nervosa. It's a family empowerment model taking place in the home where behaviors are learned and you can generalize into the real world of school and life, which is how we learn and how we actually practice what we learn. It's focused on behavior. It's efficient. You can capitalize on the love and concern parents have for their children and help them change those behaviors. With the evidence we've accrued in about now 5 randomized clinical trials conducted over the last 12 years or so, we can cure, and I want to say cure, 50%. You can't say that about many mental disorders. Cure, meaning they are no different from anybody who didn't have it before. That still leaves 50% who are not cured, and we aren't making progress with those. It's also cost-effective, reducing the use and dependency on hospitalization and all that comes with that. And because it empowers families, it destigmatizes the illness. So what do we need help with? We need help, number one, to increase funding for research in anorexia nervosa, period. The NIH has funded at a tune of $10 million a year for the last 6 years. That's the total amount of funding for anorexia nervosa that's in the NIH budget. That's 2 small randomized clinical trials. Just compare that to the budget for ASD, and that has been between $250 and $350 million. Now, ASD is more common, but that's a result of parents and advocates changing the course of funding. We also need to scale up evidence-based treatments and make them available. Right now, you can only get them in places like Stanford or UCSF. We need to decrease stigma. We need strategies to help educate and move the culture along to help us actually understand that this is a disorder and a disease. So these things are what we need help with. Promoting strategies to promote research, professional training strategies to scale effective treatments, and developing a campaign to educate about realities of anorexia. I want to end with a quote from a patient, a boy who developed anorexia nervosa as a junior. He was a football quarterback. His mother wrote a book about his disorder and his recovery. He wrote it afterwards. And what he's illustrating is just how hard it is because of your own thinking with anorexia nervosa to actually recover. Sufferers will never choose food for themselves. I know I would not and could not have. They need someone to lead them through this internal darkness so they can emerge with a renewed sense of self and a new mindset about the world. Just to end, I want everyone, if you'd be just patient with me about this, if you could think for a moment and say to yourself, do I know anyone who's been affected by an eating disorder? Do I know anyone? If you'd be willing to raise your hand, raise your hand. So if you look around the room, the gap between what we know is a problem and how we're funding and treating and approaching it is huge, and we need to overcome that. Thank you.
I have this strange fascination of really loving to work with children who've been traumatized. I've done it since I met children in Russia who were exposed to unnatural causes of radiation poisoning. I did it in the Baltic regions for 4 years during the Baltic War, and I've done it in dozens of natural disaster areas. I've never had such a rich opportunity as I do now to play with scientists who've been traumatized. So if you wouldn't mind, let's learn to get out of our mind and get in our body. Please stand up. I was kind of intrigued when Bo on Friday night said, if some of you were there, that he found it difficult to play. But that's what we're about to do. So call and response, right? Call and response. Four. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ah! Good. Where would you be if you went out of your mind? Most people would say in a straitjacket and get put in a mental institution. But you have another option. You could go into your body. Right? So just shake your hands and your arms and your shoulders and your butt. And then go shake your body again. And see how much you can bend your knees. And you know you can spring up just like a little kid. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Good. Pull your earlobes down and release. Down and release. Pull your ears back and release. Back and release. Up and release. Up and release. Stretch way, way up, high as you can reach. And palms out, straight down. And then as you inhale, lift your hands, palms straight up, breathe in. And your hands down, and breathe out. Turn your palms facing each other. Allow your eyes to close. See if you can feel the energy between your palms, like there's a golden ball of energy in there. Breathe in through your nose. Blow out through your mouth. Again. Once more, and as you do, lift your hands up to your sides. Breathe in and breathe out. Hands straight down. Hands in prayer position. Allow your eyes to close. Thank you to Michael. Thank you to Diana. Thank you to all of you for time to be together. Blessings.
All right. Has anybody here been able to pick out the child actor who did avant-garde theater like Breck and Beckett in Philadelphia? Perhaps it makes sense that she grew up to write a book called The Philosophical Baby and is now an internationally recognized leader in children's learning and development. Alison Gopnik was one of the founders of the field of theory of the mind, and more recently introduced the idea that probabilistic models and Bayesian interface could be applied to children's learning. She writes best-selling books, of course, and moonlights for little publications like the New York Times, the Atlantic, the New Yorker, and for her day job, she's a professor of psychology and an affiliate professor of philosophy at UC Berkeley. Please welcome Alison Gopnik.
Thanks so much for being here. First, I guess I need to have the clicker. Okay, so the question that's the central question in my research and my work is a kind of obvious question, which is, why do we have children at all? Okay, not the obvious answer, which even in Silicon Valley, probably most of you have figured out, but why is it that we have such a long period of immaturity and helplessness? Why do we have these costly children? And this is a particularly relevant question for humans because we have the longest childhood of any species. So this is a chimp in the Gombe, and by the time that chimps are 7 years old, they're producing as much food as they're consuming. Even in forager cultures, human children aren't doing that till they're 15, and my son is 30, and in our culture it can be even later than that. This is a very distinctive feature of what biologists call our life history. And if you go to evolutionary biologists, life history is one of the really central concepts in explaining how it is that we came to be the kind of creatures that we are. So we have a very bizarre life history. We have this very extended long childhood and a tremendous amount of investment that has to go into keeping those children alive and functioning. Not just mothers, but grandparents, fathers, parents, etc. So why is this? Why is it that our babies are so useless and helpless and we have to spend so long taking care of them? Well, it turns out that if you, occasionally even our 30-year-olds, it turns out that if you actually look across many, many different species, you see this really striking correlation between life history and learning. And we have a new paper coming out in Phil Trans about this. So if you look at the amount of childhood, the amount of immaturity, it's highly correlated with brain size and learning and flexibility and what we might anthropomorphically think of as intelligence in the adult animals. And kind of the poster animals for this are actually birds. So our friend the domestic chicken is basically as dumb as a stump, very good at picking for brain, not very good at learning anything new. Compare that with something like this New Caledonian crow, as smart as a chimpanzee, incredibly flexible. The chicken is mature in about 2 weeks. The crows don't fledge until they're about 2 years old. So there's a lot of investment going on in taking care of these animals. And this is a chart that shows the same thing for primates. You can see the same thing for a very wide range of animals, even among insects. So the puzzle is, why would you see this relationship between having a long period, costly period of immaturity, and then being smart when you're an adult? Well, it turns out that if you look at the neuroscience, you can see some evidence for these same kinds of changes across childhood. So this is looking at the number of synaptic connections across time, across childhood. And what you can see is that there's these two very distinct periods of development. So there's an early period when many, many new connections are being formed. And then about 7, there's a kind of tipping point where the connections that are formed get to be stronger, more efficient, more effective. But many connections are actually lost. So many connections are pruned. And similarly, you see this late development of the prefrontal cortex, the sort of planning part of the brain. You've heard about this before. And an early period when that kind of prefrontal control doesn't seem to be in place, and a later period when it is. And what this suggests is that there's something qualitatively different about the brain in childhood and the brain in adulthood. It isn't just that the brain in childhood is sort of a defective grown-up brain. It's actually a different brain designed to do something else. So then the question becomes, why would you have this architecture? Interestingly, it's not an architecture you see in most AI, for example. Why would you have an architecture of an early system that's very plastic, that's very flexible, that is very sensitive to experience, and then this later system that's very efficient, not very plastic, not very flexible, not very good at learning? And I think the answer to that comes from thinking about computation. And in particular, at Berkeley, we've been looking at children as a model for designing AI. We've just got a big DARPA grant, and if you look in the Wall Street Journal that's in the hotel, there's a cover essay that I did just yesterday explaining some of these ideas that are treating children as models for AI. Now, a very foundational problem in AI and computation is what's called the exploitation versus exploration trade-off. So if you look at a very wide range of systems, what you see is that you can't maximize both your ability to act effectively, to exploit, to be goal-directed, to optimize, to get things done, and your ability to explore a space of possibilities. And you can prove that you can't get a system that can do both of those things at the same time. You can also prove that the best way of solving that trade-off is to start out with a period of wide-ranging exploration and plasticity, start out looking at the high-level features of the space, and then gradually cool off to a more focused, more exploit kind of strategy. And in the context of computation optimization theory, this is called simulated annealing. And what we've argued and empirically shown is that something like this is happening with childhood. So childhood is a protected period in which you can do this kind of broad, general exploration of possibility. And what we've shown is that, in fact, if you give children and adults problems, most of the time adults are going to be better than children. But if you give them problems that require finding a solution that's not the obvious solution, finding an unlikely solution, that children actually outperform adults. And we found this across a whole wide range of different domains, and other people have found similar things. So if you're thinking about a problem that involves wide-ranging exploration of a space, you have a very different picture than one that involves exploitation. And in particular, many things that are bugs from the perspective of exploitation are actually features from the perspective of exploration. So many of the things that we traditionally think we kind of have to beat out of little kids, their noisiness, their variability, their randomness, their impulsivity, their curiosity, their play, those are actually features from the perspective of exploration. And an important practical question is, how can we have, say, early childhood education that supports these kinds of features as opposed to attempting to turn the children into the exploit-efficient prefrontal adults? So that's one of the things that we're worried about at Berkeley. So then the question becomes, what's it like to be one of these creatures? What's it like to be a creature with this kind of wide-ranging plasticity in learning, a creature who has these features of noisiness and randomness and curiosity? And I've argued for a couple of different analogies you might have to what consciousness is like in such a creature. But very recently, there's been a remarkable bunch of work which suggests a very striking and kind of unexpected analogy. And that's all of this work that's been done on the effects of psychedelics in imaging and in neuroscience. And essentially what you see, and most of the psychedelic investigators have argued for the same thing, essentially you see that what the effect of psychedelics is to return the brain to this childhood state of plasticity and openness. So this is actually a cell. I think the cell does not actually become tie-dye, but as you can see, it develops more of these neural connections. This is a slide showing that under the influence of something like psilocybin, you have many more local connections and fewer of these pruned long-distance connections. So this is just the opposite of what you would see in the course of development. Robin Carhart-Harris and his colleagues have shown that those prefrontal control systems that we think are so great and are really great if you actually have to go out into the world and do things, actually become deactivated under the influence of psychedelics. So if you think about childhood, it looks as if what the psychedelics are doing is putting your brain back into a neurological state, and I think also an experiential state, a phenomenological state, which is like that state of advanced plasticity and exploration that you see in childhood. And I think any of you who've hung out with babies or 3-year-olds, this will kind of make sense. there's a lot, you could sort of summarize baby consciousness by saying it's a lot of, oh, wow, right? There's a lot of, oh, wow for babies. And what I've argued is if you think about consciousness and attention, and there's lots more science about this that I could talk about, in adults as being like a kind of spotlight, something that comes in and just illuminates particular things that are going on around you. In childhood and in infancy, you should think of it as being more like a lantern. So even though children, one thing is when we say that children are bad at paying attention, what we really mean is they're bad at not paying attention. So they're seeing more of the world around them than an adult is when an adult is focused on a particular outcome. Now, I know that there's a lot of interest in this room about psychedelics, a lot of interest in psychedelics in general, but I think it's worth pointing out that if we're thinking about how could we have creatures who are plastic and open to experience and able to learn, we don't have to have psychedelics to do that, and we don't need to have fancy AI. We've actually got them all around. They're babies and young children, and 20% of them in America are growing up in poverty. So I think the first priority ought to be to actually support the evolutionarily determined, romantic, crazy, wild, trippy creatures in our midst, namely the children that we have. So one piece is explore, exploit. I think the third piece is care. Exploration and exploitation can only work if you have caregiving investment. Only work if individuals and a society is actually there to take care of those explorers. So I'll mention my own protectors and collaborators and hope that we can talk some at lunch. Thank you.
Dawood Potgieter is an Oxford-trained PhD in neuroscientist. And while he's quite friendly on the surface, some don't know that deep down he's a killer. Dawood's mission in life is to help humanity gain a fundamental understanding of consciousness. But the only way to do this in a cloistered world of theoretical gridlock is to go hunting for theories to destroy. As Senior Program Officer of Templeton World Charity Foundation, Dawood leads the Accelerating Research on Consciousness initiative, for which has already dedicated $20 million to moving the field of consciousness research forward. This pioneering approach may well help us narrow down the major competing theories on how we come to experience experience. Please welcome Dawood Potgieter.
So I'm not a scientist. I work for a foundation, which means I don't go into the experimental details that much, but I'm more interested in the big vision. So let's start thinking about pain. It's arguably the most universal kind of subjective experience. Everybody knows what it is. It's conceptually simple. Billions of dollars go every year to treating pain, yet instead of having effective treatments, there's an opioid crisis. Why is that? Could it be maybe that subjective experience or consciousness is something we know almost nothing about? I think of consciousness as a foundational concept for big questions relating to artificial intelligence, pain management, and mental health. Studying consciousness could give us better tools and practices for those areas, but it's very difficult. So I live and work in the Bahamas, which means naturally I think of consciousness as a bit like exploring the ocean. It could be that there's nothing at the surface but a huge amount going on underneath. If you want to explore it, you need new technology, you need to plan it very well, but most importantly, you need to know where to look. If you look in the right places, you can make great discoveries. If you look in the wrong places, well, you could find nothing at all or just trash. So our foundation's goals for exploring consciousness is firstly to figure out where to look, what we should be studying. This means separating the crazy theories from the testable theories, It means narrowing down testable theories to see which ones are robust. And once we can do that, can I go back? Yeah, once we can do that, we want to think about new practices and treatments. But that is a sort of moonshot kind of goal. So that's not just running a clinical trial. To apply a robust theory to practices and coming to new treatments, you need to build a community of inquiry. We need better infrastructure for data sharing, and there needs to be the conceptual tools necessary for people from different organizations to work together. Naturally, many people are skeptical about studying consciousness, and there are good reasons. At the very least, the word consciousness in the English language, for those who want to get a subscription to the Oxford English Dictionary, conscious and consciousness, 15 different kinds of definitions. There are just too many. And without getting clarity, people are not going to be talking about the same thing. Secondly, the brain is complicated. As was mentioned earlier, it's arguably the most complex object in the universe. And the example I often use is in 1838, Matthias Schleiden and Theodor Schwann first claimed that all living things are made of cells. Plants, animals made of cells. That seems really obvious now. And it was accepted very quickly, except for neurons. It took almost another 50 years for that to be established for brain cells because it's so complicated. Those cells are fragile, they're messy, it's really difficult to work with them. And finally, the way that funding is being given out to scientists is really outdated. Generally, people look for the lone genius scientist who's going to solve the problem instead of trying to fund teams that work together. And generally, the reward is for having some kind of high-impact publication rather than for focusing on the quality of the research. So those are all challenges we would have to overcome. And I'm going to tell you a bit about how we approach it, what we've done so far, and then just finishing off on the big vision of how we hope we can move forward. This is a funnel-shaped pipeline. At the top, there are lots of crazy theories. There are so many crazy theories and untestable theories. Some of them need to be discarded. Others need to be developed to become testable theories. And the testable theories need to undergo empirical scrutiny so that some of those could be discarded and we can figure out which ones are more robust. And if we can do that, some of the robust theories could be applied in specific contexts to start to look for new kinds of breakthrough applications. Now, this is not a small goal. It could take 100 million to demonstrate success on this sort of thing. Our foundation has committed $20 million for this work, and we're actively partnering with other organizations to try and see it through. I will tell you a little bit about what we have done so far, and then come back to the big picture later. These are all the theories on our radar. There is 11 different, these are not even just the theories, these are groups of theories, different groups of theories. The people mentioned are the people I have come in contact with or that I know about, but there may be people associated with these theories who are not mentioned here, and if you're one of them, I apologize. And what I'll also say is within these boxes, not everyone would agree. There could be very different theories in these boxes. So should we fund all of them? Many of them are incompatible. They can't all be right. And I don't think we necessarily should try and support all those theories because you could put huge amounts of money into, even if it's just 11 major ideas, to test those would be pretty difficult. So let me use a metaphor to explain why I think we should not just go and fund all the theories. Imagine you're a doctor and you're trying to diagnose a patient. Are you going to run all the tests at the same time to see what shows up? Of course not. You'll probably try and run some tests to rule out a bunch of conditions because then you can focus your efforts on a smaller number of opportunities. And that's the kind of thing we're trying to do. We're trying to rule out some theories so that we can focus resources on a smaller number of them. Now, how do you do that? Thankfully, the scientists in the field are very good at coming up for killer ideas for each other, and they're very open to being tested. But until recently, there just wasn't a funding mechanism to support that kind of collaboration. So here's what we did. The usual approach is at the top. Essentially, foundations sometimes give money to different theorists. They go do their thing. They can have excellent research. It could be an honest study. They can have great findings. But it's very hard for them to disprove each other, because a theorist can always come up with some minute detail that trips up the experiment that criticizes them. Our approach is called structured adversarial collaboration. We run a workshop where the leaders of incompatible theories come together. We challenge them to come up with an experiment that tests the incompatible predictions of their theory. We require that they write up the entire experiment, state which outcome will kill their theory, and sign off to it. We bring in all the best practices in open science to keep it rigorous and transparent. And the idea is that the findings will be accepted, more easily. With our $20 million commitment, we expect we can fund 5 projects. These are the ones currently on our radar. The first one is an active grant, and the PI, Lucia Melanie, is sitting here, so do ask her about it. The other 4 are still in the stage where different leaders of different theories are coming up with ideas for experiments, and for each of those, we set money aside as an incentive that they're not in competition with anyone else. But our standards are really high. They have to come up with those testable predictions and specific things that will kill their theory. If they can't do it, we then go and look for another combination. So it's we try to keep it as rigorous as we can. So I mentioned a bit about what we have done so far, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done. We need to have conceptual tools to distinguish between testable theories and not testable theories. We need better ways to make theories testable, and we need more community building activities. Breakthrough applications are a really long vision, and we're not going to get there very quickly, but this slide shows an outline of the kinds of activities that we envision in the field on top of what is already being done that would be needed to get us there. So our foundation has committed money for adversarial collaboration. We think that needs to be doubled, and we think it doesn't necessarily have to be experiments. You can get leaders from compatible theories to work together and create a unified theory. Conceptual tools and community building activities would be needed for people to share their data and to share the experiments that they've done, so that we can make sure they speak the same language. And the Grand Challenges is a grant-making mechanism. The Gates Foundation pioneered. It's been used for a really long time to come up with breakthrough applications. And that's something we think can be used once we know what the robust theories are, once we know where we should invest and shouldn't invest. So are we close to knowing all the mysteries of consciousness? Probably not. But if it would otherwise take 100 years to do it, I think that by having smart investments and greater collaboration, we can maybe cut that down to 50. And that's the sort of scale of success that I think would be both realistic and worth going for. Thank you.
All right. It's like a cage match. So one of the ways to help people understand consciousness is to teach at the Museum of Natural History, the American Museum of Natural History, through the music of Yo-Yo Ma. It's this kind of creativity that leads a single individual to be a professor of neuroscience, and of psychology, and of philosophy, and the director of the Center on Brain Creativity, and one of the most cited scientists worldwide. Antonio Damasio has made seminal contributions to the understanding of brain processes underlying emotions, feelings, and consciousness. for those of you lucky enough to sit at his table over lunch. You may get your hands on a copy of his most recent book, The Strange Order of Things, Life, Feeling, The Making of Cultures. He was a member of the National Academy of Medicine and a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Welcome, Dr. Damasio.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Pleasure to be here. I'm not used to giving 10-minute talks. I cope reasonably well with TED's 20 minutes, so I didn't even want to practice. It was impossible. But I did write a lot of notes, and I have my notes here, and I'm going to try to go through them. Feeling and consciousness, leaving aside Dawood's speech about funding and very interesting proposals from the Templeton. Well, obviously, I'm not going to tell you that I know exactly the answers for consciousness because I want to get funding from Dawood to know more about consciousness. But nonetheless, I'm going to talk about feeling and consciousness, two words that are not usually spoken together. And what I would like to do is tell you that they should be spoken together. And in fact, there is no way of talking about feeling without talking about consciousness, because how would we know that we have feelings if we were not conscious? And this other side is more complicated. There's no way of talking about consciousness, in my view, if you don't have feeling also, and that's really an inseparability there. So let's start with what is feeling. Feelings that you will all recognize: well-being, malaise, hunger, thirst, desire, pleasure, fatigue, the sense of energy or the sense of flourishing. These are all examples of the most fundamental kind of feelings that in fact tend not to be thought about as feelings. You know, you talk about them, but you don't refer to them as feelings. But they are, and they are what I call homeostatic feelings, because what they translate mentally is the state of life within a living organism. They in fact translate the state of play of homeostasis. And homeostasis is a word that I'm sure that most of you know, but for those who might not, it really is that set of principles that allows life processes to continue in such a way that life continues and that does not derive into disease or death. So this fact that the fundamental aspects of feelings are related to the mental expression of the state of our life and the governance of our life is absolutely critical, and people tend not to think of that. One of the ways is that very often feelings are very closely directed to feelings, for example, of emotions, which is a whole different level of organization of affect. Those tend to dominate the conversation about affect and feeling, but these fundamental ones are more critical for reasons that we'll get into in no time. So feelings are conscious of necessity. Try to think about what it would be like to have a feeling that would not be conscious, and I'm sure that you cannot come up with. Next important point, feelings are not trivial matters. In fact, there's no one here in this room, and we have already had interesting hints of that in some of the prior talks. No one here would have pain and not want to treat it, except on circumstances that would be highly pathological, and there was a reference, a very interesting one, to anorexia nervosa, where things of that sort can happen, but they are pathologic. So when we have pain, we want to reduce it, we want to get rid of it, and when we have pleasure, we want to hold on to it, and a lot of our lives are governed by feelings that are telling us precisely what we should or should not do. Very good example, the hunger or thirst that you feel at any moment. Next, feelings are most of the time ignored in the conversation on cognition. Most of the time that one talks about brain and mind, or about mind in general, which is of course the theme of this meeting, feelings are bypassed. as if they were not central, as if they were peripheral, as if they were something accessory in our minds. We spend a tremendous amount of time, and justifiably so, talking about perception, about the way we reason, about the way we construct memories, about the way we retrieve them, about the way we generate narratives and translate them verbally or not, about the way we make decisions, and even about consciousness. And yet you bypass feelings very easily. It's really not central to the conversation. So let me, my point here is to tell you about the consequences of this bypass. First consequence, it allows us to ignore the centrality of non-neural biological processes in the construction of our minds. It's interesting, just think about how common it is for us to refer to minds as coming from brains, as minds as the result of brain function. How many of us tend to think of minds as coming in very good part out of non-neural biological processes? Another consequence of the bypass, it blocks from view the history of living beings. Now, living beings have existed on the face of the earth for at least 4 billion years. We have had single-cell organisms that have been in existence with characteristics of their function and organization, without a nervous system, in many of them without even a nucleus, and they have, in spite of all of that, been there without nervous systems and organized and produced incredible feats of behavior control and incredible feats even of sociality. Now just think of the fact that we have had nervous systems on the face of the earth for something like 500 million years. Compare that to 4 billion years of life on earth. And brains like ours, a couple of 100 million years, and it's not really like ours, to be clear. So the obscuring this view of life on earth is one of the things that happens because of the fact that we bypass feeling, because feeling puts us directly in line and in key with living processes. The bypass of feeling also helps perpetuate the myth that minds are constructed from the brain alone and by the brain alone. And yet a much more plausible scenario is that minds are constructed from a cooperation of non-neural and neural events that exist very intensely, and that, of course, neuroscience and biology in general are revealing all the time. And finally, the bypass also blocks our view of the critical connection of feeling and consciousness. Now, in order to say something about that, I need to tell you what my view of consciousness is. And again, we're going to forget about Dawit, Potgieter on this matter. What do I mean? It's ridiculous to try to explain what one thinks of consciousness inside of a 10-minute talk, and yet there are 2 parts to a very quick definition that I'm going to give you. It's the process by which ongoing mental processes, the process that I mentioned a while ago, for example, perception, making of memories, reasoning, the construction of narratives, the making of decisions, all of cognition, in fact, are referred to the owner of those processes. And the owner of those processes, for lack of a better word, is a self. Now, self is a tremendously complicated concept, and I don't want you to waste too much time with that because it has many levels, and many times people get very confused and worked up about the word self. But it's that referral of our cognition to this central critical entity called the self that is one of the key aspects of the definition of consciousness. And the other part has to do with the value of that. So when you define consciousness, even very simply and curtly, I want to make sure that I tell you not only what it tends to be, but also what it is for. Because there's still many people that think that consciousness is useless and it is, something without which we might not live, not miss, and that's obviously nonsense. And the fact is that that referral is part of the assistance that the process gives us to maintain life. And I just gave you, actually, when I was talking about feeling, some of the examples. If you were not conscious of the fact that you are hungry, which happens to be determined by the biochemistry of the moment, you would not be able to go and eat, because you would not have this very, very complex phenomenon that not only allows you to perceive something that is going on in your organism, but also forces you, impels you to a certain behavior. That's part of the complexity of feeling. So feelings and being conscious are not useless things. They're things that are actually critical for the governance of our life, which really means that they are in the line of homeostasis. They are in the line of maintaining life in a way that can be continued for as long as our genome will allow it to be continued within the circumstances in which we live. Now we go to the final point, and then I'm going to shut up, and that is, how is this done and how does feeling intervene in the process of consciousness? Because the two things really come at the same time. And here I would say the following. Feeling is critical for this bizarre, and that's the word I would use scientifically, for this bizarre perception that we have of what is going on in our own organism, and that allow us to create something that, for lack of a better word, I will call being. And it is very bizarre, because when we talk about perception and when we talk about it respecting what the word usually means, we realize that it has a subject and an object. Well, the beauty of the beauty and the strangeness of what happens with feeling and consciousness is that we actually have, at the same time, in complete collusion, you have an object and a subject. And it is out of this, let's call it confusion, if you want, of this confusion of subject and object, because the object of the perception that gives us feeling and consciousness is our body, but at the same time, we are in that body as subjects. And it is out of this that you generate this situation of being, and this really calls attention to the fact that this is primordial, it's really a beginning, and I'm not very fond of establishing rigid arrangements of processes, but nonetheless, I think this is a foundational process. For those of you that have read some of what I've written about consciousness, you will know that there are other things that intervene, many interesting processes that go on in the brain, such as, for example, creating a reference of our whole body in the form of a structured map that allows the processes then to be localized at a cognitive level. That's all very interesting and important, but nonetheless, that's not the key. That's not the beginning. The beginning is this, and this beginning, by the way, is something that I expect to be highly available in nature, and it's not going to be available for creatures that do not have nervous systems, but it's going to be available for any creature that has a complex enough nervous system, which really means that social insects have it, and that bacteria probably don't. One reason being the lack of metrics, the lack of mapping capabilities for creatures like bacteria that do not have a nervous system and that do not have the capacity for neural representations. And the very final comment that I'm going to make, and this actually connects very well with Alison Gopnik's prior talk, is the following. We have just published in Nature Machine Intelligence a paper that's with myself and one of my colleagues, Kingston Mann. We have just published a paper whose title is Homeostasis, Soft Robotics, and the Making of Feeling Machines. And the point of that paper is actually very similar to the point that Alison was making. She was making the beautiful point that artificial intelligence, like everybody in this room knows, is both wonderful and has serious limitations, and that if we're going to have an artificial intelligence that is truly intelligent in the way that we are intelligent, we have to have certain cognitive aspects and certain aspects of the structure that turn out to go in the direction of vulnerability and weakness as opposed to perfection. So Alison was pointing to how a 3-year-old, even before that, you will have this immense disorganization, this aspect of behavior that you would say, well, what a pity, it's not really concentrating the way it should. Well, it's marvelous that it's not concentrating the way it should, and it's not restricting possibilities, because what it is doing instead is something marvelous, which is this huge ability to connect things that an adult will not connect, because an adult is going to be rigid in terms of the nervous system as opposed to the young child. Now, one of the, in parallel to this, there is this enormous vulnerability and weakness that is introduced by our own feelings. Imagine that we didn't have them. We would be, we would be rigid structures, and contrary to what one might think, it is this weakness and this vulnerability that is in fact going to have a huge payoff in permitting, through flexibility, a variety of arrangements that can be truly intelligent, and that mostly connect with that fundamental intelligence that I referred to, that comes out of the combination of feeling and the inevitable consciousness that occurs along with feeling. So it's something that you may want to take a look at, to read the paper and tell me what you think. Thank you very much for your attention.
Lunch will be outside at the speaker tables. The experiential Neuro Lab is now open in the lobby area. At 1:30, Dr. Dan Siegel will lead a Wheel of Awareness meditation. Dan is a clinical professor of psychiatry at the UCLA School of Medicine, founding co-director of the Mindful Awareness Research Center. Thanks very much. At Stanford, she builds closed-loop experiences to enable targeted neuroplasticity with immersive consumer technology. She is the recipient of awards from Advanced Imaging Society for her role in the development of
green forward, red backward.
Awesome.
Simple.
Pretty straightforward. Is this on? Hello. Yep. Do you know how sensitive this is? Is it just normal standing height, or
He's
do
got
I
it
need to
turned
lean
kind
into
of
it?
low right now.
Okay.
But
they'll
when
adjust
you're
it.
going, he'll go primarily
Okay,
off
so I don't
of your
need to
left,
like
and he'll turn
lean
it
in.
on. No, you don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, because you're going to be wearing a lavalier, right?
No, actually, we decided.
Oh,
or
you're
at least
just
unless you want me to, but I feel like, well, in the at MIT we just did the microphone, and Steph recommended that. I don't know why she recommended it, but either way, I don't mind. And then this is the monitor.
Yeah, this will definitely pick you up fine. You
Okay.
can just, about right here. You don't have to do much with it. It'll pick you
Testing.
up just fine.
Test, test, test. Okay, perfect.
straightforward. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. As they do in kindergarten, if you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. Great, 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 great. Now, doing a meditation, my name is Dan Siegel, and we're going to be doing a meditation and a discussion over the next 45 minutes. And what I would invite you to do is, since this is especially after lunch, is if we can raise the lights, if that's not going to hurt your camera work, because otherwise you'll be very likely to take a nap, which is a great thing, but you might want to do this practice. Let me just see so I can get a sense of how we begin this. How many of you have a regular reflective practice, a kind of internal reflective practice you can call meditation or reflection that you do on a regular basis? Let's see. Okay, so you're the ones who are in the group. It's almost everyone. And so you're here, and the people who are still out there likely don't have a practice. And as you probably know, the research is really very clear that having a regular reflective practice where you have 3 components to it, when you're building the focus of attention, the first pillar, opening awareness, the second pillar, and developing kind intention, what some people will call loving kindness or compassion, have incredibly profound effects that have been established that include, number 1, in terms of brain structure and function, it takes the differentiated areas of the brain and makes them more linked. So you see growth in the corpus callosum, the hippocampus, the prefrontal cortex, and the connectome becomes more interconnected. The default mode network, which includes the posterior cingulate cortex, becomes less differentiated and more integrated into the whole system. And you see 5 main physiological effects when you do these practices that include these 3 pillars. And those you're probably familiar with. You reduce stress, so you lower cortisol levels. You improve the immune system. You make the heart in your chest coordinate in a more balanced way with your brain and your head. You lower cholesterol, so cardiovascular risk factors are reduced. You reduce inflammation by altering the epigenetic molecules, the non-DNA molecules, histones and methyl groups that sit on top of the areas of the genome that control inflammation. Those are optimized to reduce inflammation. And the 5th physiological function is, and these were studies done up at UC San Francisco with Elissa Epel and her colleague, the Nobel Prize winning Elizabeth Blackburn. They showed that when you do these practices, you actually optimize telomerase levels, and you know that telomerase is the enzyme that repairs and maintains the ends of your chromosomes, the telomeres. And when the Aware book, which summarizes all this stuff, was put out, Elissa Epel contacted me before it was to the publisher, fortunately. She said, "You left something out." And I said, "Oh my God, what did I leave out? Do I have to write another chapter?" She goes, "No, you have to say, not only does it do those 5 things, you have to say it slows the aging process." So I'm actually 120 years old. And I do this practice you're going to see in a moment. So that's the science of 3-pillar practice. Some people would call it mindfulness training. I've been with the researchers in these areas, and they have a big mindful debate that, no, they wouldn't call this mindfulness training. They'd call it mindfulness training plus compassion training. So there's a debate about what to call it. Everyone agrees you would call it mind training. So we're just going to call it 3-pillar mind training, and everyone was happy at our big think tank that we had about this. Now, fortunately, if you do work, which I do, which is to combine all the fields of science, math, physics, chemistry, biology, psychology, sociology, linguistics, anthropology, and other fields, and try to bring them all into one framework, we call that interpersonal neurobiology. When you do that, you find what E.O. Wilson calls is consilience, common ground amongst all these different independent disciplines. And in the search for consilience in our field, what we've found are 2 consilient findings among many, but we'll just mention 2 here. One is that the process of change, like moving from unhealth to health, seems to require consciousness. And part of this BrainMind Summit has been about consciousness, and tomorrow there'll be a focus group on that. So that's really interesting, whether it's in education or parenting or psychotherapy or internal practices like meditation. They require consciousness. And the second thing is that a process that we're going to just call integration, which is simply defined as different aspects of a system becoming linked. And in the linkage, they don't lose their differentiated nature. What this shows, integration, is that whether you're looking at the brain and the head and the way differentiated areas become linked, called neural integration, you can look at this in functional or anatomic terms, or you're looking at the way the head-brain interacts with the body, as Antonio Damasio has beautifully shown, or in my field, I'm an attachment researcher, we look at the way parents interact with children. And you can look at it from this Consilian point of view and say that secure attachment, which is the best predictor, bless you, of how resilience develops, is based on integrative relationships. And we can teach parents in a science-based way how to cultivate integration, not just in their relationship, but you can show in a book called The Developing Mind, now coming out in its 3rd edition, you'll see the science behind this, that integrated relationships lead to an integrated brain, which turns out to be the basis of all forms of regulation that you probably know about it, regulating attention, emotion, mood, thought, relationality, self-understanding, autobiographical narrative, even morality. All that being said, we're going to do a practice right now that takes these two consilient ideas and puts them together into one practice. So if consciousness is needed for change and integration is the basis of well-being, what would happen if you integrated consciousness? So this is a practice, at first I'm a therapist, I did with my patients, and amazingly, with all sorts of disorders they were facing, whether it was trauma or mild to moderate depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, or people, sadly, who had a terminal illness who were facing the panic of dying. This practice turned out to be useful, and then with my students who are therapists, they found it useful themselves and for their clients, their patients. And so I started doing it workshops, and with the first 10,000 people, I recorded the results and did it in a systematic way. And now, in person, we've done this with 47,000 people, and we've had a lot of people stream it because we give it away for free from our website. And if you take a nap during the practice, you can also do it from the website. But let's see if you can stay awake. So since you all are familiar with practice, you know you are going to be going inward with a practice you can call reflection or meditation. And in this practice, if you start getting sleepy, you're the only one who will know, unless you fall asleep and start snoring. So in a group setting, I want you to turn to your table mates and give them permission to lovingly wake you up by nudging you if you're snoring. So take a moment and just give permission, because if you ever do workshops like this and you don't take this moment to do this, you're always in an awkward position as a facilitator because you've got to wake up the snorer. Okay. Now, the other thing about monitoring your state of arousal is if you do get really sleepy and you really don't want to go to sleep, you can open your eyes if they're closed. You can do this whole thing with eyes open, and you can do this whole thing standing up. We've never had any human being or even a horse fall asleep standing up. Just take the back of your chair and do the whole practice. So here's the simple practice. This is a table in our office. Some of you have been to the MindSight Institute, so you know this table. And I took my patients up to the table and I said, hey, let's integrate consciousness. So of course, they thought, what in the world he's talking about? So I said, well, integration is differentiating and then linking. So you could basically see consciousness as having two components that are differentiatable. One is the knowing that will put it in the table. It's a glass part of the table, but no one wanted to call it a table of awareness, so we'll call it a wheel. The center is going to represent the knowing. So if I say good afternoon, how many of you know I said good afternoon? Let's just see. Yeah, so that's the awareness of that. But then you have the known, in this case, which would be a sound, which would be there on the first five senses as hearing. So you can differentiate the knowns on the rim from the knowing in the hub, and you systematically move a singular spoke of attention around. And we've had people who've tried all sorts of different practices and that can do this, maybe because it's visual, I don't know, or maybe because it has all three pillars, fortunately, in one practice, so it's very accessible. There are ways of doing it really fast once you get used to it. So when I do this with CEOs, they say, I don't have time for a 20-minute practice. Give me something faster. So we together made a 7-minute one, you know, and for the wheel on the go kind of thing. But it's better to start more slowly. And so we're going to do that today. So are there any questions before we get started on the practice? Since almost everyone in the room has a regular practice, we're not going to bother with what you would usually do if you were teaching this in a workshop, is you would start with the breath or focus on something else, because for some people the breath is really disturbing to them, and you'd pick a neutral target to be focusing on. But since you're all experienced, we're just going to go right for the wheel for the sake of time. Any questions before we get started? Okay, so just take a look at this wheel, get yourself settled. You know, a colleague of mine, David Cresswell, has shown that if you compare three-pillar practice to relaxation training, the outcomes are extremely different. So you don't want to be slouching around like I'm just on vacation. This is a very intense kind of mind training. It's like going to the gym and really working out your mind. Yes, it's going to affect your brain and your physiology, and it's going to do all sorts of other things, and we'll see if we have time to go over that as we go. So just looking at this picture, seeing that we've basically, as a metaphor, said the knowing of your consciousness is when I say the word hub. You can picture it as a wheel, that's fine. That's just a metaphor. And as you know, the map is not the territory. There is no wheel anywhere. I mean, there's a table in our office, but there's just a picture. So the hub represents the knowing, the rim of the knowns. There are 4 segments. I'll walk you through the whole thing. The first segment are the first 5 senses, how we bring in basically energy patterns from outside the body. The second segment is the interior of the body. The third segment are mental activities like feelings and thoughts and things like that. And of course, these are all interconnected. And then speaking of interconnection, the fourth area is our interconnection with things outside the body, like other people and with nature. Okay? So just get yourself settled. If you want your eyes to stay open, that's fine, or you can let them go closed. And just imagine now that you're starting this formal practice, and let's just start with the breath. And if the breath is upsetting for you, which for some people it is, and if at any time something really distresses you, just choose another thing to focus on. You don't need to push through terrible distress. Just focus on something else, and then you can work on that later. Let's start with the breath. And just ride the wave of the breath, whether it's at your nostrils, your chest rising and falling, or your abdomen going in and out. Just take a few breaths and let the breath fill awareness. That's great. And now, letting the breath go, imagine just being in the hub of this wheel, this sense of knowing. And imagine this singular spoke of attention that you're going to metaphorically send out to the first segment of the rim, beginning with hearing as part of our first 5 senses. And just let sound fill awareness. And now letting sound go and moving the spoke over to the sense of sight, letting light coming through closed eyelids or opening the eyelids for a gentle, soft focus. Just let light fill awareness. And now moving the spoke over again, letting light go, and moving over to the sense of smell, letting aromas fill awareness. Now moving the spoke over, this time to the sense of taste, letting tastes fill awareness. And now moving the spoke over one more time on these first 5 senses to the sense of touch, anywhere where skin is touching clothing, furniture, the table, skin touching skin, hand in hand. Let the sense of touch fill awareness. And now taking a bit of a deeper breath. Imagine now moving the spoke from these first 5 senses, bringing in energy from outside the body to the next segment of the rim, which represents the interior sensations of the body. These are the sensations of muscles and bones, the sensations of our internal organs. And let's go through them one by one. And let's begin with the facial region, letting the sensations of muscles and bones of the face fill awareness. And then to the forehead, then to the top of the scalp, the back of the scalp, side of the scalp, where the ears are, and then to the sensations of muscles and bones in the throat and neck. And then the shoulders. And now streaming attention down both arms to the ends of the fingers. Now bringing attention to the upper back and the chest. And then to the lower back and the sensations of the muscles of the abdomen. And then bringing attention to the hips, and then streaming attention down both legs to the ends of the toes. And now bringing attention to the pelvic region. And then opening awareness to the sensations of the genitals. Now bringing attention to the intestines, beginning deep inside the abdomen with the lower intestines. And then following those gut sensations up through the interior of the abdomen, all the way to the top of the abdomen where the stomach rests. And now opening awareness from the stomach region inside the abdomen through the center of the chest, opening to the sensations of the esophagus, the tube connecting the stomach all the way through the chest to the interior of the throat and mouth. And then moving from these digestive system sensations to the respiratory system, beginning behind the cheekbones with the sinuses, the back of the nose, inside of the mouth, and then down the front of the throat, where the trachea is the tube that brings life-giving air down inside the chest as the lungs on the left and right expand and contract. And now centering attention in the heart region, inside the chest, a little bit to the left. And then opening awareness to invite any kind of sensations from the body, any sensations from organs, from muscles, from bones, from anything. Many things may come, nothing may come, one thing may come at a time. There's no right, there's no wrong. There's just inviting any sensations from the body into awareness. And knowing that you can always return to exploring the signals of the body, and knowing that science has affirmed what wisdom traditions have known for generations, that opening to the sensations of the body is a deep source of intuition and wisdom. I invite you now to take a bit of a deeper breath. And now imagine moving that spoke of attention over to the third segment of the rim. And this is the segment that represents mental activities, a term we'll use for emotions, for thoughts, for memories, images, ideas, beliefs, notions. All of these and more we'll just simply call mental activities. And we'll explore mental activities on this third segment of the rim in two parts. I'll describe the first part to you now, and then the next time you hear my voice, I'll describe the second part. The first part simply goes like this: from the hub of knowing of the wheel of awareness, with the spoke of attention out to this third segment of mental activities, I invite you to simply be open to whatever comes in, any kind of emotions or thoughts or memories. Maybe lots of things will come all at once. Maybe one thing will come at a time, or maybe nothing will come. There is no right and there is no wrong. There's simply a kind of bring it on attitude that from the hub of knowing of the wheel of awareness, with the spoke out at this third segment of mental activities, just saying, come on in. And let's begin that part of the practice right now. And now for the second part of this exploration of mental life, again, inviting anything to come in, whether lots of things come or one thing come or whatever. This time, in addition to just inviting things in, I invite you to pay particularly close attention to note the characteristics by which a mental activity, let's say a thought, how does this mental activity, in this case a thought, how does it first present to awareness in the hub? Is it sudden? Is it gradual? How does it get there? And once it's there in awareness, how does it stay there? Does it vibrate? Is it solid? Is it coming and going? What are the characteristics with which that mental activity, that thought, is staying there in awareness. And then, after you've noted how it arose, stays present, then how does it leave awareness? Does it disintegrate? Does it slowly go away? Does it quickly go away? Is it simply replaced by another mental activity, like another thought or a memory or an emotion or something? And if it's not replaced by another mental activity, what does the gap between two mental activities, like two thoughts, what does that feel like? So here I'm inviting you to become a student of the architecture of mental life, studying how mental activities arise, stay present, and leave awareness. And let's begin that practice right now. Now I invite you to take a bit of a deeper breath. And there's a next step that's a little bit advanced, and I just want to check it out with you because for a first time doing this, often we skip it. But if you're up for a bit of an advanced step, it's just very brief, and if you don't feel like doing it, you can just sense your breath. But if you're up for trying an advanced step, just nod your head, and I'll take a look at how the heads are nodding. Okay, almost everybody's nodding their head. So if you don't feel like doing this, just find the breath during this brief time. But if you are up for this step, it is advanced, but it's worth giving a try if you're up for it. And here's how the invitation goes. From the hub of the wheel of awareness, from this space of knowing, imagine sending the spoke of attention out. But instead of going anywhere, like to the third segment or whatever, the third part of the rim, imagine bending that spoke around and aiming the spoke of attention back into the hub of knowing, the hub of awareness. Some people like that metaphor of sending a spoke out and bending it. Other people prefer the metaphor of sending the spoke out. It doesn't go to the rim, you just pull it back in. Even others prefer keeping the spoke in the hub, and still others prefer no spoke, just resting in the hub. They're all pretty much the same. The idea is to drop into pure awareness, to have the invitation, even if it's just a glimpse, to feel what being aware of awareness is like, to just rest in awareness, not awareness of something like on the rim, but just being awareness. The visual metaphor that works for you, you can try it. Each day when I do the wheel every day, I try a different one, and different days, different ones work. See what works for you, you can try them all. Again, bending the spoke, retracting the spoke, leaving the spoke in the hub, or just no spoke. The idea is to experience just being in the hub of knowing, this hub of awareness. Let's begin that practice right now. invite you once again to find the breath and ride the wave of the breath in and out. And now taking a bit of a deeper breath, imagine sending the spoke out or straightening the spoke out and sending it to the fourth and final segment of the rim. And this is our sense of relationality, our sense of relationships to other people and to nature. And we'll begin by opening awareness to a sense of connection to the individuals sitting immediately next to you here in this auditorium. Just open to whatever that feels like, a sense of connection to the people closest to you physically, right here and now. And then let that sense of connection expand to include all of us here in this auditorium at the BrainMind Summit, to all of us here doing the Wheel of Awareness practice today. And then widening that sense of connection beyond the walls of this room to go to family and friends outside of this room. And then opening to a sense of connection to people with whom you work, colleagues, students, teachers. And then opening up to a sense of connection to people who live in your neighborhood. And then opening to that sense of connection to people who live in your town or city. And then opening to a sense of connection to people who live in your state or province. And then widening that sense of connection to include a connection to all people who live in your country. And then widening that sense of connection a bit further to include all members of our human family, to all human beings who share this precious and fragile planet, this place we've named Earth. And then widening that sense of connection even further to open to a sense of connection to animals besides humans and plants and all living beings that share our neighborhood, that live in our city, to all of nature that lives in our state and country. And then widening that even further to include our interconnections with all of nature, all living beings on Earth. And then knowing that science, again, has studied what some wisdom traditions have been teaching for a long, long time. And while the wheel initially didn't have what we're about to do, I met with Richie Davidson's lab, a brain science lab in Wisconsin, and met with other researchers in North Carolina who had done empirical research on these kinds of statements. And it turns out that if you take linguistic symbols that you actively state in your inner voice, the brain changes and physiological changes, as well as the behavioral changes, are actually profound. In fact, some of these labs think it's the most effective kind of meditation to do, is to say the kinds of statements we're going to say right now. So if you don't feel like saying them, just find the breath. But if you're up for it, knowing that science, published in some of the most rigorous journals, peer-reviewed journals on this planet, have shown that making statements like this on a regular basis leads to profound changes in neural structure and function and physiological well-being, as well as behavioral and relational well-being. So here's how the statements go. So I will say a phrase, and then silently, in your inner voice, you'll hear it inside your mind. You'll repeat it. So we'll begin with all living beings. And the first phrase goes like this: may all living beings be healthy. And then you repeat, may all living beings, and we'll change it a little bit to be as healthy as they can. May all living beings be happy. And you repeat, may all living beings be happy. May all living beings be safe. And may all living beings flourish and thrive. And then taking a bit of a deeper breath, we now will take those same intentions, those same kindness intentions put into words, and we'll elaborate them a little bit, just to show you can do it in a little more elaborated form, and direct them toward an inner sense of who we are, a me or I. And these go like this: may I be as healthy as I can, and live with a body that gives energy and flexibility, strength and stability. May I be happy and live with meaning, connection, and equanimity, and a playful, grateful, and joyful heart. May I be safe and protected from all sorts of inner and outer harm. And may I flourish and thrive and live with the ease of well-being. And then taking a bit of a deeper breath, we'll now send those same elaborated wishes out one more time to what you could call an integrated identity. So yes, we have a body, and the body is really important. It's the source of one aspect of who we are, an I or a me. But research is very clear that if our identity is only with the body, then health suffers. It suffers for the individual, it suffers for the relationships that person has with other people, and you can even argue it suffers on earth. So what would an integrated identity be? Because we do have a body, well, you'd combine the I or me with the us or we. And one way to do that in linguistic terms is with the combination me plus we equals mui. And interestingly, you can send these same elaborated wishes to mwas. And let's try that right now. And it goes like this: may we be as healthy as we can, and live with bodies that give energy and flexibility, strength and stability. May we be happy and live with meaning, connection, and equanimity, and a playful, grateful, and joyful heart. May we be safe and protected from all sorts of inner and outer harm. And may we flourish and thrive and live with the ease of well-being. And now I invite you once again to find the breath and ride the wave of the breath in and out. And now, taking a perhaps deeper and more intentional breath, we'll let this wheel of awareness practice come to a close for today. And if your eyes are closed, you can let them get ready to come open. And thank you for participating in the wheel practice. Feel free to stretch a bit by my clock, let me take a look. We have just a few minutes, just 5 minutes. If there's any interest in sharing, and certainly we can talk more about it at breaks or whatever, but if there's any interest in people sharing their experience, you can do that, of course, privately later on. Do we have a microphone, Dinah, to go around? And I'm available later on, and if you ever, of course, want to do this practice again, you can do it from our website, drdansiegel.com for free. You just can do these practices, including the 7-minute wheel on the go version. Anyone would like to share anything? It's hard to put words to some of these experiences. It's hard to see you with these lights on. Okay, yes, one person, here we go. So everyone can hear you, is there a microphone? Should I take this one come off? No, this is tied in. Here, you want to come up here? Thank you. Let's see if this sort of comes off. Here you go.
So at some
Let me
point,
make sure it's on.
Okay, thank you. I think it's
Okay, is it on?
yeah. So thank you for leading the practice.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
So at some point, I started to see a wheel with my eyes closed. It's like vibrating from a larger circle, started to this, then, yeah, this is my experience. Yeah.
And what did that feel like as it was doing that?
It's kind of opening, it's expanding, then opening, and it's, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's interesting. So that's my experience of doing this
Great.
practice.
Thank you. At what point did it start to do that? Do you remember?
The bodily sensation.
The bodily
I think
sensation.
it started happening, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Careful of the steps. Yes, thank you. Anyone else like to share? Yes. Do we have a, here we go. Come on up. There you go. Hi.
So I found the we moment to be really transformational. I'm used to practices where at the end you dedicate your practice to the world or you send love out to the world, so that was a familiar experience. But the idea of the merging of the me and the we at that moment was like something shifted inside me. It was profoundly transformational to know that as I'm wishing myself well, I am inevitably interconnected with all things. And that word triggered the sort of linguistic understanding that we often don't have when we talk about ideas like the collective unconsciousness or other terms that don't maybe seem as personal. And the invocation of the term we allowed me to recognize the fusion of the me and the other simultaneously and the value that wishing well to all brings.
Good. And how did that feel inside of you as that, you're calling it transformation? Can you say a little more about what that felt like?
Well, I'm about to cry now describing it. So obviously it was emotional. There's a sense of shifting, like in this region here, around in my heart. Maybe also some involvement to my stomach, so like in the abdominal cavity overall. There was a feeling of shift. It wasn't necessarily a feeling of release, because there was some sadness that came up with it as well. So just, sensation.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. You can see that as people start to share, there's another person to share? Great. You can see why these are usually 3-day workshops just on the wheel. Yes, please.
For me, I think the new part was turning the spoke backwards and turning all that attention. So, in Indian culture, there's the third eye and all that. So this kind of throbbing energy that's suddenly all back onto me, and that was extremely powerful. I haven't felt something.
And can you say how that extremely powerful feeling, what did it feel like?
It felt like almost like a bright light and like new awareness. So it's like this hyper attention onto just that one spot. And so I could, as I visualized the wheel turning more inwards, it became more and more intense.
And in the intensity, how would you describe that feeling?
Like that more like kind of hyper attention. So like earlier I had like the awareness. Earlier I had the attention of the entire body, and now all that was kind of more getting concentrated just to like this area, and everything else kind of went away.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing. Because of time, we'll need to bring this brief introduction to the Wheel of Awareness here. These statements, when you collect this from 10,000 people, you get some really interesting patterns. As a scientist, it's been absolutely fascinating. I've put that survey in a book called Aware, and then after seeing the patterns all across the planet, no matter what a person's background is, they're remarkably, of course, everyone's different, but they're remarkably similar. And then the question is, what is awareness? What is consciousness? So you'll see in the Aware book this movement from first-person experience with the wheel, especially the parts of going in all these ways we've talked about, of we or going inward, to then asking from a second-person perspective, what do we do with that direct subjective experience, and then moving to third-person data. So you'll see a review of some of the neuroscience, and some of the neuroscientists that you'll see reviewed are here at this meeting, but then you'll see that to really find a correlate at this moment, we may need to go beyond neuroscience. And so with trepidation and with deep respect for the field of neuroscience, the book takes us on a journey asking, is consciousness simply one thing, or might it be something that we get insights from all these different fields? So in anthropology, you can study the various cultures, and physics, of course, you can study various ways of energy being understood. And in this interpersonal neurobiology analysis in the book Aware or the book Mind, you'll see a deep dive into what actually is underneath many of the things that were shared today. So thank you very much for your participation. I really am appreciative of the honor to be here with all of you. Thank you so much.
Up next, Jamie Pabst with a demo from Spiritune.
Thanks, Diana. It's very exciting to be back at BrainMind and share with you more about Spiritune and the role of music and brain health in a modern world. So the experience of music has been pretty ubiquitous over time, yet its impact on our mind and body has been observed and assumed, yet not well understood. It was once said in 1964 that music is the supreme mystery of human knowledge. But luckily, unluckily, I don't know where my clicker is. Where did the clicker go? It ran away. Okay, well, do we have it? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. So, back in 1964, it was said that music is the supreme mystery of human knowledge. But that was also 55 years ago. And since then, tremendous progress has been made in brain science and technology, allowing us to decode some of these music mysteries and start thinking about music applications in an entirely new way, perhaps in a time where the world needs it the most. Humans today are increasingly more conscious of the things that they put in their body, the activities they engage in, and how it makes them feel. Sound is sometimes a less obvious one, but our health is directly impacted by the sounds that surround us every day. Our auditory system is extremely sensitive, and the pings, dings, rings, and constant bombardment of auditory stimuli that go into our body on a daily basis has a very influential effect on our stress hormones and our emotional health. Our brain is constantly listening, processing, and responding accordingly, which over time can increase stress hormones, leading to cognitive impairment, workplace productivity loss, sleep disturbance, emotional health issues, and overall decreased sense of well-being. So it's not exactly a small problem, but we do believe that this auditory problem also can be addressed with an auditory solution, specifically music that is in tune or purpose-built with for physiological status, such as stress reduction. So this is where Spiritune comes in. We are a startup around the disciplines of music, neuroscience, and pioneering technology, making music accessible for the everyday person for stress reduction and emotional health. We've scientifically created an audio platform by our neuroscientists, music therapists, composers, curators, and developers so that a modern world looking for healthier lifestyle solutions, for enterprises looking to create a healthier workplace and more productive workplace environment, and for medical communities looking to harness the power of digital solutions to improve patient outcomes through solutions that are cost-effective, easy to access, enjoyable, and scientifically supported, can benefit. So with that, we're about to do a sound demo. But before I do, I want to give you some context around the music you're about to hear and the design with which the application was built. So the music is matched to your current emotional state. So it's sort of an empathetic design designed to match the user, make them feel heard, make them feel embraced, and match them where they are. Then the music transitions into your desired emotional state. And so between your current emotional state, your desired emotional state, for the demo, we're going to have to solve for the group, so just be imaginative and pretend we are all one person. So for our current emotional state, let me go back. We're going to select chill because we just went through a wonderful meditation, so hopefully that's left us calm and collected. And then for our future target state, I'm going to select energized since we have, I think, a brainstorming session next, so we'll probably want to be alert and focused for that. And then the last thing we really need to know in order to serve you an appropriate track is the activity or the context with which you're listening and the goal associated. So I'm going to select workflow since that is a category that has goals associated with focus and attention. So to recap, we match you where you are, transition you to a target state around the context of your day, all with the mind of a neuroscientist, the heart of a composer, and standardized and quantified using machine learning and artificial intelligence, which I'll get to after the demo. So with that, you're probably wondering what the glowing headphones are in front of you. So feel free to grab a set. And they're already turned on. There's a black dial, which isn't quite obvious, but if you need to adjust the volume at any time, that's how you do it. And so this will be our sonic journey from chill to energized, and we'll probably abbreviate it a bit, around 6 minutes. But so since we did select a workflow category, you can feel free to take out your phone and do some emails and let the music kind of passively affect you as you focus on your task at hand, or you can close your eyes and listen more deeply as the music transitions and changes complexions so you can feel a bit more in tune with your emotional trajectory. So there's no wrong answer here, but whatever you choose, just meet me back here when the music starts to die down. Okay, that was your little demo from chill to energized. How do you feel? All right. Well, so again, that was just a demo about, I don't know, roughly 6 minutes long. But ideally, you're doing this over a period of time where you can have greater impact. But for now, I want to show you a few slides here. This is how we utilize the power of machine learning to kind of create some standardization around the science that we've built to support music for stress reduction. So this is an example of the trajectory of the track from chill to energized as it meets our stress reduction criteria. So the green dots are the entire duration of the track, and then the red dot is where it was a snapshot of the track. So at 36 seconds, you can see that it's strongly positioned in the chill quadrant when it was still matching your current state at the beginning of the song. And then as we move forward to 1 minute 46 seconds, you can see that it's starting to transition over to energized. And around 5 minutes and 46 seconds, that's roughly near the end of where we ended the track, and it's strongly positioned in the energized quadrant. And so this is a great example of how we've basically coded some of the scientific criteria that we've built into a machine learning algorithm to take out the grunt work from the composer. So the composer still has creative flexibility to compose as he or she wishes, but then the machine learning algorithm is able to actually keep it within those scientific parameters. So it's a nice marriage between machine and human, allowing each to do their part equally. So that's a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes while you're listening and doing your work. So Spiritoon releases in a couple weeks. We were previously beta testing, and so we're pretty excited to release it, and we would love to share it with the BrainMind community. So I think one of the BrainMind team is going to reach out, or maybe I will, I'm not sure, to offer this to you as a strong community that's doing their part in the world of brain science and brain health. And so we're honored to be part of the community and excited to have you guys as early adopters. So you can reach out to me directly. Would love to hear your thoughts, feedback, and as we release, we're looking for enterprise partners. So if you are an enterprise or in the healthcare community, we would love to hear from you. And hopefully this has also inspired you to start thinking more importantly about the links between our auditory system and brain health. Thank you.
So the collective IQ and experience level in this room is pretty mind-boggling. And one thing that we should really take advantage of is this wisdom that's collected here. This next session is meant to do just that. A number of BrainMind set of champions that are already working with us has agreed to lead tables designed to consult with you, to ask you questions, to brainstorm about how we can move forward on a number of nodes that we're trying to make progress on. One of them is an experimental program placing entrepreneurs in laboratories. You've heard mention of the neuroethics initiative that we're pulling together, where we'll meet at Asilomar. We have 2 different people who are going to be here having slightly different conversations around how to help high-impact companies and ideas to scale out of the lab. And we want to also talk with you about future topics to include not only in the summits, but in future meals and future gatherings. We're working on an Alzheimer's road mapping project. Myung Chun is going to lead a table discussing that. And then finally, Ed Boyden and Sam Rodriguez are going to be here talking about how to accelerate research tool development, one of the main foci of the BrainMind roadmap. Thanks all for participating. The tables are going to be in here, and you can see the signs going up.
Great. Just one more thing to say is that each of these initiatives we've been working on with our powerful advocates for over a year now. So you're going to be going into something where we've planted the seed for a very substantial initiative in BrainMind, but we're relying on you to come in and lend your energy to help tend to them. And we're hoping that by engaging with us today when they're young, you can influence the way that they grow, and that we'll also know to come back to you and actually work with you more closely in the future on these as well. So we're really excited to do this with you.
maybe
Please take your seats, everybody. Shh. Please take your seats. We're about to start. There are a few open chairs up front. Come on up front if you're looking for a chair. Don't be shy. Can we get the headlights lowered? It's really bright. These lights in the back, can we get them dimmed, please? Thank you. Shh. Thank you. Please welcome Michael and Reed.
Reed just flew in for this from another place.
Although not state of mind.
Or both.
Yes.
Yeah. Reed, I want to thank you in a very partisan way for all the help you're doing with the current situation, which is part of the reason why you had to fly in today. So a round of applause for Reed's efforts for humanity in this current transition in our government.
My top priority is regime change in 2020.
Yeah, this would not, you would say for people who weren't here before, if I have on an auditory mask here and delayed audio frequency, it helps me with a speech impediment. So that's why I have on this headphone set. Reed and I have done a couple things. I have the honor of being an EIR at Greylock at the current moment, but we've worked together on 3 nonprofits. He's heads the boards of 2 of them. Some impact investing in a company called HeartFlow that will have a major impact on heart disease, and he's just been a good friend. I know him mostly as someone who does more to help people behind the scenes than in the public eye. So everything you've seen about him is a small percentage of that, and also someone who will help his friends as much as helping the world. So there's a sort of an intertwining nature of people who've had a big influence in the world that I know Reed has helped into those positions of that. And I'll go as far as saying we certainly wouldn't have a BrainMind if not for Reed's help in a partnership, and that's true for a number of the things I've actually worked on. So I just want to say so much appreciation to you, Reed, for your friendship and everything. So on that note, we'll take a turn through the flywheel. So Reed, you weren't here. I made a keynote mostly about the people in the audience and not us, because we won't be able to do anything on our own. And Reed just wrote a book on blitz scaling. So we're sort of reframing this hour on kind of 2 lenses. So one of them is impact investing on the scale of an organ system, as opposed to the scale of an individual, a company, or idea. And the other is how would you scale that up between networks, and how you do it quickly enough so that you attained scale. So on that note, heading through the turn of the knob, you help a lot of issues, and we once talked about how physics has like a roadmap to it that was established by Ernest Salve a long time ago. And would you say many things when people ask you for support that they haven't organized a plan of actually how to head kind of anywhere from A to B?
Well, one of the key things that you have to have is a theory of action about how you're going to change how human society works together. And that ranges anything from whether or not you're doing government policy, whether or not you're doing certain kinds of intervention in technology, whether you're creating certain kinds of companies. And those patterns are things that have to do with kind of like the incentive systems in human society. And some of that stuff is within, for example, a kind of scientific lens, because if you can get the right kind of background and backing for science, that can be really good. Now, for this audience, one of the things I think, to give you a different lens onto that, when I'm speaking to MBAs about investing, one of the things that I frequently say is that I invest in one or more of the 7 deadly sins. And the reason is to try to get them to think differently about the activity investing. Because normally, of course, within an MBA course, you're taught, well, what does the business model look like? What does your P&L look like? How does your cost of customer acquisition? What is the long-term value of a customer? How do you do cohort analysis on this stuff? What is your operating margin? All of these kinds of things. And they say, well, that's what you do when you're looking at investing. And certainly it's certain kinds of things when you're doing growth investing and other kinds of things, that's what you look at. But actually, in fact, when you're actually, in fact, envisioning a game change, either like a very early venture or something that it's going to play to something very different, you're actually basing it on your theory of human nature and individuals and society and how they operate, what the current incentive systems are, the incentives are, and then how do you modify those incentives. And so part of the reason why when Michael said, hey, I've got this idea for this sequence of BrainMind summits, and the fact that there is this new organ that has a lot to do with not only correcting, kind of illness, but also becoming more of who we want to be as human beings, and how do we actually, in fact, make our lives more mindful. And I don't want to do it only as a science conference. I don't want to do it only as a kind of way to say, look, here's a network event for bringing together kind of a multidisciplinary of people from a lot of different domains to talk. But I also wanted to have it organize the kind of institutions that can actually make differences in how capital is allocated, how that capital can actually, in fact, begin to get the work integrated, not just into, go all the way to, kind of therapies and solutions, but also into the way that we think about how we make progress in society and what are the set of things to do. And that's one of the reasons why I think events like this are really important. And again, to wrap it into investing is when you think about, well, you invest in order to make a catalytic change. Part of, the investment of putting this on, part of your investment in coming, is to make those ties of knowledge such that we can begin to figure out applications of capital and by the way, capital broadly, not just financial, human, talent, et cetera, in order to allocate them on this really critical topic.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think we've certainly agree in the room that is a critical topic, and to talk about how we might manage some of the risk of it. Reed and I will talk about at the end. We're coming up with the idea of duplicating the AI conference at Asilomar for the ethics of AI, and we'll be working collectively to do that. We'll talk about the end, but in the middle, Reed and I did the idea of having like an MPA motion picture rating for the brain, like a self-regulation of the industries to come up with like a rating scale, so that if you were to get an investment, you'd have to have like a rating first and how you treat human beings and things like that. And it was really a wonderful idea. Could you talk more about why you think it would be helpful?
So one of the things that people don't think creatively enough is how do you actually, in fact, both try to integrate the kind of guidelines and rails of ethics and discussion and other kinds of things together with fairly fast progress. So typically when people think regulation, they think government agency. Government agency has a long list of things you can't do, or you say everything is forbidden unless you get permission, and that kind of process takes a long time. And there's, obviously some things you should do with that. You should have, experiment review boards and other kinds of things. Those are good things. But how do you make that kind of partnership? And so part of the thing was, and the MPA is good as a good metaphor in one, bad in the other. Bad in one because it's basically how an industry tries to kind of hold off everything. Good in that it says we come together, we talk to kind of the institutions of society, government, possibly academics, and we say, well, what's the set of self-regulating things that we should agree to in a dynamic way that's quicker to update than a legislative process, that allows for some risk of experimentation, but also getting rid of kind of catastrophic risk, because you generally speaking can't move fast without taking some risk. And so part of when I look at various things around, especially technology, but also a little bit science, is I kind of think, how do you construct these public-private partnerships in a way that you have this kind of intermediate entity? And so, for example, earlier in March this year at Stanford, Stanford launched this Human-Centered AI Institute. And part of the reason I was helping do that was because we need, in this artificial intelligence technology, we need to have a set of folks who are going, look, we're interfacing with the companies, and we're saying, here's a set of concerns about how to know that your data set is not going to possibly do bad things like perpetuating injustice and credit scoring or criminal justice or other kinds of things. Here's what some considerations around ethical development look like. Here's how some considerations around not exacerbating economic inequalities and other kinds of things that need to be part of your AI development. But you can do it within an institution like Stanford that says, look, we assemble a group of people, government people, scientists, philosophers, and we talk about that, and then we have that way of actually helping the companies, saying, look, if you're at the table and participating with us, we'll help you get ahead of what could otherwise be some fairly fatal errors. And those kinds of intermediate institutions are part of the thing that's really important to do. And then you could sometimes institutionalize that in terms of a rating, right? So obviously the MPA says, R and PG-13 and PG and so forth. Well, you might say, well, there's a certain kinds of different bands of what kind of work or what kind of technology based on saying, what are you saying? I accept these liabilities. I take the commitment that I've done the following cross-checks in this kind of work. And that kind of thing is, I think, the thing that we more need in order to keep the dynamism of how we're building and developing things, but also try to keep, to try to factor out the bad things that could happen.
Thank you. kind of heading on wheels some more, certainly I'd like to applaud Laura again for support and the academics we've worked with at Stanford. Instance, that's not really our expertise. I'm going to skip by the academics. So you have an idea set that is, per our philosophy, is either on a roadmap, like knowing how the brain needs to be connected means we also need the instruments to be able to do that. That's a small market. It's non-venture backable. It needs to be supported. So we have an idea set, but certainly some of those ideas will be venture backable. And I thought I'd do this for a second because later we'll be talking about how the venture community can interact with philanthropy, is this notion of labeling of a sector as a type of person, right? In that, like as an ER physician, I know there are, good ophthalmologists and bad ophthalmologists. There are, residents who like to treat people and residents who would like to go home on time and all those things. And so in the venture community, I think people have been less imaginative on the range of types of people that can be there, some of whom are just kind of heroes. And so who are some of your heroes in the venture community, even in your own fund, and what types of traits would you look for? And if you were a nonprofit or foundation, what types of traits would you look for in a VC to partner with them and kind of to bring these ideas to humanity?
So, let's see. The premise of Michael's question that not everyone who does investing is necessarily only driven by pure narcissistic capitalism is 100% true. Right? There are a number of people who are driven only by, I want my dollar to turn at $10 and nothing else matters, and that's unfortunate. I do think that one of the things that is important, though, that comes out of the general investing discipline is this notion that everything we do in society is in finite capital. So if you put a dollar here, you can't put it there. There's always some trade-off. And part of the discipline of thinking about, like I've come to learn how I think about a lot of things in my life, everything from helping all of you do an event like today, to investing in a company, to doing donations to 501c3s, to doing impact investing. Is always a question of the allocation of capital. And so you want to actually have the kind of discipline that goes to, well, what kind of plan is this? What's the commitment of the founders of the founding team? What are the assets? What are the risks? Are they likely to be able to navigate those risks? What do future capital streams look like in order to support this project? And this is part of what goes into the investing mindset. And I think that investing mindset is even very helpful in doing, philanthropy work, in doing market making, like for example, early investments too risky for what is a venture fund, because a venture fund has a commitment to a set of LPs, normally, universities and other people. So part of how you make, I'm helping society is, well, actually, in fact, to the universities, I'm returning enough money to help them do their continued good work. But that investing discipline is actually, in fact, a very good thing for figuring out allocation of capital. And within the investing discipline, some of whom are in the audience here today, but also a bunch of others, both throughout Silicon Valley and the rest of the world, is there's a number of investors who go, look, I do this because I'm trying to figure out which things to invest in that have the most profound and important and sometimes scalable impacts in the world. And there's a set of them. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of embarrassing to be calling people out by name.
People you like, though, it's not bad.
Yeah, well.
Oh, okay, never mind, I won't do that. All right, then on to new forms of capital. Because I know that you invest out of your foundation sometimes, out of the program money, out of the endowment. Sometimes you privately, sometimes you don't. And Reed once was very kind of say he uses his money to make more money, kind of help his friends, and to change the world. And that's sort of the three kind of hats that you use for that. And sometimes that informs how you make your investment.
All three actually end up helping change the world, but yes.
Oh, okay, that was the extra thesis there.
Yes.
I missed it. Sorry for that. So let's talk about that though for a second, because a lot of it's very important to promote basic science, but there's mechanisms for that. And so in BrainMind, we're looking for the areas that aren't done as efficiently to kind of hammer on. And it's amazing to me that the notion of the knowledge base of even people in the foundation. So, well, we can't make a for-profit investment, it needs to be to 501c3. And certainly that is like 89% of people think that that's true. It happens to be false.
Yeah.
So could we talk about that for a bit? Because I think it's even good to have on like, you know, videotape.
Like so broadly speaking, people tend to go, it's either donation or it's a economic investment. And they don't realize the same investing theory as an underlying set of thinking should underlie both actions. And they tend to, this is one of the reasons why the impact investing tend to get confused, is they tend to not know how to rationalize what they're thinking about when they're impact investing. Is it just that it's more risky? Is it it's a lower return profile? You know, what are those things? And so they don't tend to, there tends to be a bunch of money for straight out investing, and there's some money for 501c3s, and the impact investing tends to get starved because the discipline doesn't do it the right way. So to run through kind of like as an example, sometimes you're lucky enough that in a pure out investment, like one of the ones that Michael mentioned earlier, HeartFlow, which is essentially applying AI to how do you do cardio scans in order to say what's the kind of thing that drops most people in their tracks unexpectedly is very heart malfunction. And so being able to apply data and analysis and just make something that everyone should do to actually, in fact, understand this, that's just a natural kind of capital investment. You just kind of look at it, you say, well, I'm putting in $1, it has the following risk profile, this is what it's going to end up being. It's fairly easy. Then in 501c3s, and I'm going to end in the impact one because that's the challenging one, you also still think about, well, if I put $1 here, why am I not putting it in these other 3 places? And you use a very similar, I find, analysis for what's your theory of action in terms of how you're going to change either a network or a community or a market or a knowledge base. What's the set of things that look like the tangible outputs to that? Is if this initial capital, what's the additional capital and what are the milestones that you need to get to, that additional capital that shows that this is on track? It doesn't necessarily always, like sometimes people take that set of statements to be too much, like everything has to be ultra metricized. And metrics are good, and measurements are good, and OKRs are good, but it's actually, in fact, just having a crisp theory of the case in terms of what you're trying to do. Now, this is actually one of the things that I tend to think that more people should be doing impact investing, which is when you say, okay, I understand that the way I approach the impact investing is I tend to think about these things less as, okay, I'm going to have as opposed to a 5 to 10x investment hurdle, I'm going to have a 2 to 4x investment hurdle, or I'm going to accept more risks that I wouldn't normally do. Those are fine if you can actually operationalize them. The way I tend to look at it is I'm doing one of 2 things. I'm either putting in capital that I don't know what the equity will be, but hopefully the institution will become a going concern, and that this institution as being a going concern is part of what creates value in the world. And that sort of thing is like value in the world, depth of impact on people is number of people you impact, the depth that you impact them, and over time. And if you create a sustainable entity, even if you go, look, I don't know what the economics of this will be. And so one for me was change.org, which is a petitioning site trying to speak humanity to institutions like corporations and governments to try to get them to change policies in a way that's more responsive to kind of people's concerns that arise from their identity and humanity, how these policies treat them. I don't know if that's going to end up being like worth anything in terms of equity. I'm not saying I'm skeptical. I just don't know. I didn't make that decision. What I did say is, if you invest this kind of capital, you can get to a profitable business that then can provide that service year after year after year, and that itself, as it's doing it, is this impact on humanity. And then the other one is to say that, look, you invest in this business, and even if it fails, maybe it's too early, maybe it's an early stage thing in the BrainMind ecosystem, but its failure will be fertilizer for the field. And that fertilizer for the field, whether it's like, for example, in software, it could be open source software, it could be demonstration of certain kinds of results, and that could then mean that other trees could sprout. And so again, I'm not focused on my return of equity and value, I'm focused on what the precision in the investment thesis is. What does it look like down the field. And so, well, actually, there's examples of that, but they probably don't want me saying them because they don't want me saying that I think that might not work. But anyway.
Yeah, that's not as helpful. Great, thank you very much.
Water helpful.
Water is a good thing. Clean water even better. I'm always humbled as a physician that the impact of just clean water had more than my entire profession. So, water. Well, how about we talk about OpenAI for a bit then? Because you clearly put your money where your mouth is in terms of that, and you are partnered with people on that who don't always agree with you in other areas of the public domain.
Yes, although that's yes, in the larger circle, in the smaller circle, we have more agreement.
Yeah.
So OpenAI, roughly speaking, one of the things that I was gearing up a lot from 2012 to end of 2016 on what AI's impact on humanity is going to be. And part of that is because, as far as I can tell, AI is going to affect every major thing within human endeavor. Every industry I can think of how AI is going to impact it over the next 5 to 20 years. When you think about a knowledge institution like Stanford, I could think about how AI will change everything from how the academic study and development of poetry will work, to history, to physics, and we're not even getting into engineering and all of that. So AI is going to be extremely important. And so then the next thought when I looked at it was to say, well, the current development thing in AI is essentially tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of compute is where all these things are coming out. And whereas typically the kind of way that ideation would work is that universities, have institutes and faculties and students and everything else, and ideas come out, and then those get jump out and get funded and either get adopted by large tech companies or startups, and things happen. This is actually being driven primarily by large tech companies, because to be able to fund hundreds of millions of dollars of compute, you actually had to have a P&L that you could do that was aligned to what you were doing. And that this would present a set of different problems for thinking about, well, which things will AI be good, would be done in a good way for society, and which ways will it be a bad way for society. And so, I think some of the good ways of society can tend to include things like, building products and services that, anything from, in this group, precision medicine, other kinds of things could actually be really good. That's part of the reason why the kind of well-organized capitalist systems tend to have how do we increase productivity? How do we increase, kind of the economics by which we can then, also have the ability to afford more education, more healthcare, all these kinds of things. That's good, and that's likely to come out of it. However, there's a whole bunch of questions around this, some of which I alluded to earlier, which are, okay, well, if you're only pursuing a profit motive, you're probably not thinking about the issues of how does this affect all of society versus only the people you could sell to. You're being driven by the clock that comes from commercial competition, and so the speed of getting there versus asking some of the questions about what might go wrong is another kind of driving force. You tend to be within a group where, when you're asking these questions about, for example, how do ethics apply to this, the people doing it usually don't have that kind of multidisciplinary environment that you'd have here for asking those ethical questions. So, for example, you say, well, we're going to create an AI to help with parole sentencing, and you say, well, okay, well, where does the concept of mercy play into this? Where is that kind of human attribute that we actually, in fact, really value as part of our humanity? Where does that play into this? And you're like, oh, well, it wasn't in the program. And so you're like, okay, those are the kinds of things you need to do. And so when Sam Altman and Elon and I and some other folks were looking at this, we said, well, at the very least, one of the things we need to do is we need to make sure that at least one of these moonshot AI efforts is within the public good. And that the technology is essentially owned the way a 501c3 owns technology, which is for the benefit of society, that its efforts will be to include a bunch of these safety and other kinds of questions and make sure that It kind of aggregates these questions, build it into what it's doing. And in as much as you'd say, well, one of your worries about AI is that a small number of technology companies will then become the new, kind of financial or railroad barons, back in the Rockefeller and other kinds of days, that this technology could be built in a way that could be distributed to a lot of different institutions in society and then have a kind of a distributed benefit for electricity. So let's get that stood up. So that's what we did first. And that was the first launch of OpenAI. A group of these great researchers came together, generated a research program for doing this. And then as we were looking at this, we realized that part of what you needed to do is that you still, even though we had raised enough money to put a team of first-class people together doing the kind of the research and the R&D, which is pretty intensive, and it's a skill set that it's in demand, and all of the tech companies are competing with each other and richer and richer financial packages in order to do. Say, well, we put enough financing together to pull that together, but we also need the hundreds of millions of dollars in compute. And so Sam Altman came up with this idea, which is kind of and this is part of being creative in how this, company, 501c3 impact investing kind of come together, which is one of the reasons why Michael was gesturing at this question, is he said, well, we're going to need to have billions of dollars of compute. Billions of dollars of compute to do this. Well, billions of dollars of donation is kind of hard, right? How do we do that? And they said, well, actually, in fact, because the technology that's being built actually, in fact, has some commercial relevance in various ways, let's pull together a new kind of investment vehicle that, for example, it could range from people doing just, thinking it's an out-and-out kind of investment, just like almost like a C Corp, and other people thinking it's a PRI, program-related investment or a mission-related investment from a foundation. And you pull it together, and then you have a OpenAI limited partnership that has the commercialization rights to the OpenAI technology. And then let's pull that together, and we raised a bunch of money under that and continued progress and said, okay, we need more money. And then we kind of said, well, actually, in fact, one of the things that'd be really helpful is that there is a set of these cloud companies that actually, in fact, want to be building their clouds in a way that is responsive to the next generation of AI technology. And so Microsoft and OpenAI did this deal where they said, okay, well, Microsoft will invest in the LP, and OpenAI will, in fact, then make a bunch of the technologies they're working on. They'll kind of share the roadmap so that Microsoft can actually, in fact, build its Azure cloud in a way that it has all of those capabilities in order to make stuff happen, and it helps them across their entire field of business. And this is an example of how, when you're thinking more broadly about, because OpenAI has got its particular philanthropic mission. That's what it's trying to do. It's saying, I want to build safe AI. I want to have AI that is not just owned by a few mega tech companies. And I want to be able to make sure that concerns around society are deeply pulled into it in terms of what it's doing. But just like, for example, because universities are having difficulties with these AI research now, is that the modern kind of machine learning, deep neural networks, et cetera, it's the scale of these models and the scale of compute that's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. How do we do this? Well, we work out a commercial thing that works well enough for the commercial interests, but also survives kind of the 501c3 and the mission interest. And these kind of patterns, by which you figure out, again, how do you blend it together in a creative way, can then allow scale capital to really apply to the kinds of things we think of as mission. And that's at least a part of the OpenAI story.
Thank you. Before we leave that, I remember one time we were having a conversation, and you asked me what I was concerned about the future, what could kind of hurt humanity, and you had one too. And for me, it was a customized virus when a lone wolf human being can alter like a virus that would hurt people. And you came up with one. It'd be fun to talk about for a second, of when AI can create life and says, I'd rather do something else and create another kind of life. And it's not that hard to switch out the base pairs if you're an AI. You kind of went through that with me.
Well, let's see. So there's some zone I can talk about here on a video camera. So I think there's some real biohazard stuff that's coming with synthetic biology. And the best way that I can think of to navigate that biohazard is AI, because you can do monitoring well, you can do possible antiviral, other kinds of things well, and part of the reason why I tend to be a strong proponent of accelerating AI work, not because there aren't risks, and not because there aren't issues that, how do you steer mostly to utopia versus dystopia, but it's kind of, there's a set of other risks that we are moving into that I think that AI is the primary solution to. And I think the question about how do you navigate the possibility of, I guess I'll just use a Hollywood reference, a 12 monkeys scenario, right, is, I think AI is, a central part of that solution.
Okay. So looking through our flywheel, that we sort of already talked about. I mean, we'll be collecting a group of venture capitalists in BrainMind to kind of get all the deal flow from what we're doing, almost like a not a club, but a group. Kind of some people in it aren't in the room now, but Josh Kaufman, Reed, and others who will be coming together, and we'll have a filter of a filter so that they only get the stuff that kind of makes sense. And then because in a normal venture, just as a metaphorical number, so let's say if 1 in 1,000 companies could be venture backable, 1 in 100 still are the ones that will survive the valley of a death issue, right? And so I feel like we lose scrutiny once we leave a venture, and we become much more emotional in how we pick things. And I've been both on the nonprofit side and at a healthcare fund for about 8 years as well, and it was humbling to leave emergency medicine as a full-time job and become an investor and realize it's kind of hard to do. It's not, and you get a little bit of luck, but a lot of work. And so I think it's clear that the venture community would help that. But how would you suggest we organize that or recruit people into it?
Well, one of the things that I realized some of the truth of when I started, I moved from angel investing, which is what I was doing when I was an operator at LinkedIn and PayPal, and then moved into venture at Greylock and started investing. One of the things that John Doerr had said was that it takes $50 million to train a venture capitalist. And I initially, when I was outside the venture field, I actually thought that was kind of silly. And then I realized it was actually, in fact, what he was getting at was really important, which is, roughly speaking, part of what makes venture investors better is you're the constantly kind of learning machine. And what he meant by $50 million is you have, roughly speaking, 50 million in losses in how you invest in these companies before you begin to realize really which things work and don't work within the pattern of what you're doing. And so I think that one of the things that because basically a lot of the folks who are very good venture investors, but then ultimately said, look, I want to, as people get older in their life, they say, I want to spend more and more of my time on things that have a more direct impact on humanity, is say, well, take your skills as a venture investor and help these other areas go do that. You can do that somewhat when you're in seat, like what I do. So, when I look at literally any allocation of capital, I apply the same investor mindset to it. Occasionally I'll be emotional. I'll just go, I just like it, so I'll put some money in. But I realize what I'm doing.
It's not,
right?
And it's not a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, you're more careful about it. You're choiceful about it. But you go, look, I'm doing it because, and by the way, I sometimes make commercial investments that way too. I've invested in a couple of things that just because, well, actually an easy one to do is I've invested in some power company stuff, because when I think about climate change and I think about what I can do about climate change, investing in new energy technologies is, I think, one of the most leveraged and best way to do that. I am not a professional energy investor. So investing has one of those things that if you can't, it's like poker. If you can't spot the sucker at the table, you are the sucker. That's fine in some cases. Right? It's like, yeah, sure. No, I actually think we need to be working on fusion and new versions of fission, so here's some money. And hopefully, if you throw darts randomly, sometimes they still work. And so I think one of the things that that is really useful is to apply this mindset. And I think that's both VCs, Josh, JS, David Hornick, other folks who are here, about how to apply capital. I think that sometimes it's working with folks. So like, for example, even when I work with the various 501c3s, or I'm on the board or not, like I actually demand of them an investing case that's very similar to what I look at. I mean, obviously it's different because it's not like a P&L and this is my margin structure and so forth, but it's like, these are my OKRs, this is what I accomplished with this capital, this is what the next range of capital, these were the set of things that would indicate that I'm on track and I'm succeeding in what I'm doing. These are the people, and one of the things that's super hard about 501c3 stuff is this is what ongoing scale capital looks like. So like one of the things that I joined in the last year, a nonprofit board, is 100 and change from the MacArthur Foundation, because they had also realized that there was this problem with scale financing within 501c3s. And they said, well, okay, so first we MacArthur will say, we'll put up $100 million through an RFP process so that it's worth going through all the due diligence and cross-checking and everything else, because $100 million is an unusual scale dollar frame just within a 501c3 process, and a bunch of great organizations applied. And then what they realized was actually, in fact, deploying the MacArthur network, because they have this amazing network of scientists and thinkers and everything else for, the Genius grants and other kinds of things. And they said, applying all of that and applying a due diligence process, they actually got a whole set of knowledge of these really capable 501c3s. And they said, well, let's start a new nonprofit to which MacArthur will be one of the customers doing this kind of challenge for the $100 million. But then other philanthropists will come in and say, well, I really care about oceans and I'm going to do the following $20 million grant. And then in the application funnel of all the things that are coming through, we'll try to make sure that we're matching, even if like this thing didn't win the ocean grant one, but was really good, we'll try to direct that to other people who like ocean financing. And we will include our whole due diligence process of how we looked at the science, who looked at it, how the org was running, what the executive management looked like, and all the rest of the stuff. And so, that is kind of an attempt to add in the kind of layers we need for the scales of capital within 501c3, which we already naturally have within C Corps, in order to do that. And so that you look at these kinds of interventions as ways of doing it. And so I think that's, this bringing this kind of investing thinking, bringing this kind of fact that that you're thinking about, kind of what's the discipline set of the investment hypotheses, the thesis of what you're doing, how it plays into the talent of what it's doing, what does competition look like, what does market look like, what does product market fit look like, I think is really helpful in all of these circumstances. And just to be clear from the stuff I was saying at very early when I was trying to gesture at the 7 deadly sins, it's not just like pure metrics. Metrics are very helpful, but it's actually, in fact, a coherent strategy and theory about what you're trying to do in the world.
Thank you. So, sort of, we're about 2/3 of the way through. So to terraform the Valley of Death, if you take away, venture-like returns as the incentive, you have to replace the capital which we talked about. We replaced how you pick and vet the companies, which we referred to as well. I don't think we'll go into all the various things you can do, and you're like a 501c3 that makes money, or you're a 501c3 with for-profit hybrids, or you're a for-profit with non-profit hybrids in JVs, or you're a Series B Corp, or blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of leeway there to bring people into the table. But the tricky one I didn't know, we talked about before about people helping. So if you're replacing the money, the structure, how you vet, and it's interesting because a 501c3, say for an organ procurement company, they make a lot of money. They make a couple $100,000 a year or more as a non-profit type of thing. So it's not that the rank and file people working in a non-profit aren't able to earn a decent wage, but in Silicon Valley, the people make a lot of money on an exit. Is usually the founder and or the C-suite. Mm-hmm. And so effectively, you're replacing the economics of the C-suite if you're saying you're going to be in the Valley of Death and not have a venture-like return. So how do you attract people who would like to work for essentially a cause and a salary and not a bunch of equity? And I'd like to call out Tim Abreu, who's not here, but he was hire number 1 at Yahoo And in Questbridge, when Anna McCullough and I were trying to scale it, we were ungodly fortunate that Tim, after taking a really powerful ride in Yahoo, both in easy and the hard times as well, he came to lead a Questbridge for us, in the seat for free, and we returned, well, don't, give it any money of your own. I don't want it to be a cliche that you paid for your own profit, just kind of operate it. And he did, and he helped us build a revenue model in the seat, and every week I learned from him, and he was just really fantastic. And I thought it'd be easy to find people like that, and you've said you've looked, they're hard to find. So I'd like not to chastise people for not being willing to do that, but to talk about how come they might not. Because I think some people think of leading a powerful nonprofit as, well, I'm kind of all, done with my making money, I'm going to become a nonprofit. But there are multiple kind of examples in our networks of people who've, made some money, made a company, been an investor, gone to work for the government or done a nonprofit, and even increased their networks there. And then they came back to do another for-profit after that. So sometimes, even as you talked about, a capital can be all sorts of things. And you can even increase your capital if you write non-profit and help humanity with it. And I thought we might open that for discussion.
So,
with some examples of really cool people.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So we definitely have far fewer of because there's a lot of people within who get a lot of experience in venture capital, in these companies, about how to operate at scale. Part of what people don't really realize is that when you're running a company and you say, well, we have $100 million of revenue and we're investing $90 million back in the company, part of that $90 million is you're also, like, the whole team and everyone there is learning and doing, and it's a $90 million yearly investment line in that. And yes, they have revenue and they're providing services, and so there's a lot of very good training that happens within the commercial side. And there's a number of people there who go, well, actually, in fact, I'd like to do more than the pure. Some of the business stuff is really awesome, but some of it's like, like the old Steve Jobs thing is like, do you want to spend your life selling sugar water? And it's like, okay, that's like not that interesting. Then how do you learn? How do you apply it? And the challenge is that the move over is not very easy. It requires someone who has the kind of just pure raw commitment that Tim Brady has. Other instances are like DJ Patil, who built the LinkedIn data science team and then worked as chief data scientist at the White House. Todd Park, who is a serial healthcare entrepreneur, currently doing
Athena Health was
Athena Health, Castlight, but now doing Devoted Health as part of that, and he was the CTO of the White House. Megan Smith, who was both a serial entrepreneur here and also new business development VP at Google, who also went on to be CTO of the White House. And there's a set of different things that need to do in order to make this path work. So a simple one is kind of like cultural. So it's how do you realize how it's going to be different? Because what happens is they kind of go, well, I'm used to operating within this cadence of a commercial realm of how I hire certain people, how capital flows, what kinds of things work, and you go over to the 501c3 and it doesn't work the same, right? Even if you have earned revenue, right. like the really great model that you set up with Questbridge, or what Kiva's doing, or what Do Something is doing, there are a bunch of 501c3s that actually figure out how to have much higher capital leverage by how the business model and economic model works. And 501c3 people shouldn't think, oh, revenue bad. They should think revenue scalable. Revenue allows me to persist. Revenue allows this to work. And so you align the revenue with your mission. But even in those circumstances, that transition is challenging. So one, you have to learn about it. You have to understand the culture of it. You have to understand how the game is different, what your new things will be learning, how frustrating it's going to be in certain ways. Because, of course, most people who spend 20 years on the commercial side building these skills and everything else have come to a certain operating cadence, a certain way that they value the impact of their own labor because of this environment, all of a sudden they're transitioning to another environment. So that's one part of it. The next part is to make sure that we set up kind of, call it career flows. So one of the ways that, because I was particularly close to how a lot of the technologists were being put into the former White House, part of it was there's this dynamic between Congress and the White House that goes, well, we're not going to budget you to pay for staff because we don't want you to be that effective, which is, of course, self-defeating, but then there's Congress, and I'm repeating myself. And so it's the Mark Twain quote, right? Went all the way back to Mark Twain. You could be an idiot and a member of Congress, but I'm repeating myself. Anyway, I have a lot of friends in Congress who are very smart, but the Mark Twain's funny. So what you do is you say, well, actually, in fact, let's get the positions funded. Let's make sure that they're funded in various ways, because 501c3s can actually second people over to government, to work in government, because a 501c3 is effectively like working for society. But then let's also make sure that there's good career paths. So you go do a tour of duty at the White House or at a city. You could be this through Code for America, which is based here in Oakland, and you go do that, and then you can get back to industry. And so that means that it isn't you're not eddying out your career. You can kind of go back and forth between these. And they exist in other areas of the government. So, for example, there's think tanks and universities and law firms and other kinds of things that do that. But we need that on a broader set of really key kind of science and technology things. So you make these kind of career paths. And that's part of what we were doing with Todd and Megan and DJ to say, okay, let's hire a bunch of people, but let's make it easy for them to both go do something really amazing, healthcare.gov, et cetera, for the country, but also to come back into industry where the time they spent doing that was considered as valuable to their professional skill set and career. So that's another layer that you kind of build into to making this work, and that can also be true on the executive level and so forth. And then we have to figure out also, we know that we want to have something of a difference in compensation between 501c3 and corporations for various reasons, but you still make it workable. Like, what are the different ways that you can make a 501c3 compensation work, especially when it's key to do? And there's a bunch of different kinds of how do you kind of justify it, how do you compose the board, how do you do the studies such that the IRS and other custodians of public funds say, okay, you're doing your due diligence, you're allocating your capital the right way, and you're paying appropriately in order to have the talent that can then say, look, even though I'm going to still need to pay my mortgage, send my kids to college, and all the rest, I can still manage to do this. And those are the kinds of layers that you need to do. And what happens is, because we haven't done very much of this, finding the person who jumps over and then actually stays for a major tour of duty is actually, in fact, very challenging. I've seen a lot of people go look at it literally for days and then bounce back.
Yeah. So that is an ask of the audience. So as we look at this wheel for next year, for the next summit, we're particularly interested in recruiting and having you nominate people who could operate a company with the scientists, because if you look at kind of the web, we're putting together entrepreneurs who can't vet the science and vet the science for them. We're putting together a scientist who couldn't, vet an entrepreneur, and putting them together, looking for a capital for everyone to bring together capital sources and trying to service this, but none of the actual energy comes from our organization. But as a question of the audience, as a show of hands, if I told you that I was convinced and you were convinced I was correct, that I had a new technology to teach, math and science using augmented and virtual reality, 3x quicker to high school kids, and it required, though, some human coaching, so it's never venture backable because you can't use leverage, but it could be like a nice company. How many of you could find a leader for that company just out of your own networks in the room? Yeah, it's a really cool technology, come and change how we teach math and science. And so I think a lot of it's intriguing to me that there's more capital in the nonprofit sector to invest in the value of death than there is venture capital. And there are more meaningful ideas in the value of death that could be self-sustaining than there are to go to venture capital. So most of the value in this, a BrainMind space of things that leave academia are actually in the area that needs to be fixed. And so as a call out for next year, because like a lot of you probably leave after Reed leaves because he always brings people into the room, this new idea that I was even talking about with Reed and some others over the last 2 days, of some people approached me to try to aggregate the people a bit looking at psychedelics to create an institute for that. And meditation also.
This is not a conversation I was ever really expecting to have on stage, but yes, let's continue.
Okay. Well, I might have it by myself. This is an ask of the audience, not of you. If you have feedback for that idea of could there be a place created with real academic rigor? I mean, like real academic rigor to cross these fields. So like the people who do EG feedback, Jason, how many of you are into EG feedback in some way in the room, including Amit still here, right? How many has a show of hand? Right. So there's like 8 to 10 people who look at that field in the room. To put that all together in one place where we could actually evaluate some of this work. And so I think it's a good idea that's very fresh, like a week old. So if you have any suggestions for me, it's not a question for you. So I'm using up some airtime. But in the last few minutes, though, Reed's changed my life, my nonprofits, in a number of ways. The healthcare and investing I did have some funds also was influenced by you, became an LP in my funds. I owe you so much. And the concept of friendship, I know, like I think of it as you creating a family by a choice and not by kind of accident. And you love your nuclear family, but you create your own family. And I've seen you actively do that. What are some things in friendship you think people miss in society?
So one of the things that's really interesting is how important friendship is to a variety of things that you look at as key in your life. Meaning of life, ethics, longevity. Basically, medical research shows that if you actually have good friendships, you tend to live longer. And yet, there isn't a lot really good that's written on it. And when you ask most people, kind of reflectively, well, what is a friend? They'll usually kind of go to loyalty or something like that. And the problem is actually I think loyalty is not quite the right shape. It isn't that it's completely off, but it's loyalty to what? So for example, if you discovered your friend was a serial murderer, and you went, well, I'm still loyal, you're like, well, that's kind of a problem. And so it isn't loyalty to the person above everything else. I think it's much more loyalty to the person that you hope that their impact in the world, who they can become, and that central part of friendship is for two people to make each other the best versions of themselves, both for themselves and for the community and for the world that they can be. And once you begin to realize that, it actually changes your pattern for what do you think you should be, how you should be interacting with your friends, who you should select as friends, what the dialogue and interaction should be. For example, I think a classic question that people don't ask themselves enough is, when should I essentially be willing to risk the friendship for trying to push the person into confronting something that's really important for them or really important for what their impact in the world is, or something kind of uncomfortable with that. And that's actually, in fact, I think part of what falls out of it. Like one of the things that I think is a central thing about friendship is how do for example, for me, when I'm thinking about friends, is if I'm thinking something that if they knew that I was thinking it, they felt that I should say it, then I should figure out how to say it. It's that kind of openness and honesty and confronting. And sometimes you can't because you had something in confidence, and that's not. And so you have to keep confidence as part of what you're doing. But that's the kind of the fabric of interaction. And I think that's actually part of also how you try to evolve as human beings. How do you become a better version of yourself? I mean, I suspect that the vast majority of people in this room, because you wouldn't be attracted to an event like this, a topic like this, unless you were systematic learners. You say, how do I learn better? How do I process information? How do I increase my capabilities? And doing that somewhat systematically, well, apply those same questions to how am I a good friend? What is the way in which I'm interacting with other people, and how do I get better? Because if you don't think you can't get better as a friend, then that's a little bit like saying, well, I can't think any better, so I shouldn't learn anything. It's a similar kind of thing, and if you think about where the real fabric of a lot of your life goes, because friendship ranges everything from what you do in your work life to your family life to your personal life, and it's this kind of thread throughout all of it. thinking systematically about what kind of friend are you, how do you, who are the people to be friends with, and what to do. And by the way, some of the things that fall out of this are things like, I think friendships naturally can ebb and flow. They can naturally end. We again have this view that friendships are forever because it's kind of this romantic thing that we pick up from our childhood days. But just think about the number of friends that you had in high school, in college, that were great friendships, and you haven't talked to since, and there's a reason you haven't, and it's not that they're bad or anything else. And if you move next door to each other and pick up again, but how do you think about this as something about who you are as a friend? And matter of fact, if you'd asked me when I was an undergraduate here, because I started thinking about this when I went through a Western culture program here called Structured Liberal Education, for those Stanford people who know, okay, I'll read one of those SLE people. Sorry, I guess not a lot here, because Stanford does actually, in fact, have a little bit of a culture on that. And I thought the first book I would write would be on that. I hope to get back to it at some point, because at the moment, more of the books are things that I'm learning from the business world. Next book. Hopefully, although actually, in fact, there's one that's in work right now, so it'll be the one after that. Anyway.
No, we've talked about a number of things, and even like a quick screen, it gets easier as you become older. Like, who are your best friends? You ask someone that question. And I asked someone that question once who was actively pursuing friendship, a very charismatic guy. And I asked, well, who are your best friends? He said, well, the friends of the wives of my wife's friends, my third wife's friend's husband. And I couldn't even get it out. It was so complicated. And then I thought, well, you're 57. It means, and you just got married 3 years ago. So your best friends are 3 years old. Mm-hmm. There's no way you're gonna put the work it takes into, because we talked about kind of entropy. Let's talk about entropy as we end, because we're about to end be through the time. Entropy as a principle that you have a negative, accelerating a force on a friendship, on a company, on growth, on health, on your body as you age, that you sort of, because you talk a lot about growth, and entropy is always kind of working against a growth in a way.
Yep.
Right? You just have to how does entropy factor into your life?
Well, entropy as a concept is something that's much more of a Michael concept than is a Reed concept in terms of these things. But what I would say is that people they presume themselves to be too static. Like, you'd say, what's your plan going to be? Like, for example, one of the questions I just got asked yesterday is, okay, so you're putting all this work into trying to make sure that Trump is not reelected. What's your plan past November 2020? And it was like, well, I don't know if I can predict who I am exactly there. I mean, I can predict it somewhat. I can predict that I'm still interested in scale impact. I have a bunch of skills and network within the tech environment. I feel enormously lucky and privileged to be within the network of what Silicon Valley and how to leverage that. But like, if you said, would I go and spend time writing a friendship book and take a sabbatical? Would I kind of invest in 3 more tech companies? Would I try to help whatever the new administration would be, sort out some problems? I don't know, because what I do know is that by December 2020, I will be exhausted, right? Because between balancing all the work stuff and making every spare moment available for doing the political thing, I'll be super tired, and so people are like, I don't know. And that's because I know enough to not predict my future self. And so my version of your entropy question is to be cautious about how you predict your future selves.
Okay, let's do answer. I want to thank Reed again, because when a lot of people were betting on Hillary winning, and there were a lot of affluent people supporting Hillary, thinking that they would get to help Hillary after she won. And it was interesting, the number of people when she didn't win who kind of quit being involved in politics to see what would just kind of happen later. And it was actually the majority of people. And I just want to thank Reed again, because I'm close enough to him to know just how hard he's working to both recruit people and yourself to behind the scenes. And there's a number of these quiet heroes in the country right now, and I just wanted to applaud you for being one of them. Thank you. and for being a hero to me. And on that note, I'm ending on time or I'll make everyone mad. So thank you for coming, Reed.
Pleasure.
All right. Well, no one ever sticks around for the credits after the movie, but I think that's always a shame because that movie isn't possible without everyone in the entire list. So we are going to walk through them because they're in the room today, and we had to thank them for this amazing weekend.
Bo Shao and Will York. Actually, if you're here, could you stand up and then we'll clap? We'll all clap for you at the end. So Will York and Bo Shao, Joe Kim from our team, Monique Davey for wrangling everything behind the scenes and making everything run so smoothly, Vin Ferrara for coaching our speakers who were incredible, Dan Goodwin, Christian Bailey, and Lauren Wolf, who all contributed their expertise.
I hope everyone's going to the bathroom because we should be thanking our staff. Christy Alcana, please. Nicole Bradford. Rima Khan for hosting the amazing drinks event. Our photographers, David Choi and Sean Michael, who came in from DC and cut together something really special for right after this, by the way.
The scientist Wu Zhao from Harvard, who showed us that incredible neural art video, is here. There you go. Andrew Paul Leonard for 2 summits has given his incredible photography for us to show. John Kamak and Zubara Marcos, who are not here, but who also coached speakers and did an incredible job. And all of our volunteers, would you guys please stand up? Volunteers that are still here. That's it. Quickly, we'd like to also thank our sponsors who, without them, this event would not be possible. The Evolve Foundation, the Koppelman Foundation, Control Labs, the Chen Chao and Chrissy Chen Institute, Felicis Ventures,
Greylock Partners, Ontario Brain Institute, Wilson Sonsini, and the Pershing Square Foundation. Thank you.
Guys. So Michael's going to do some concluding remarks. Baba Brinkman is going to do a really fun performance, and one of
and that's it.
And that's it. Great. Thanks, everyone.
So I will keep these short. We will be having an event next year in October, a major summit. We are doing significant work on the ethics group for Asilomar and some other projects. So we will not be having a East Coast major a summit in the springtime. As I said before, we'll probably get the influx of the people from the MIT group in the fall next year and here. So we'll not be judging people by their authority in America, their power to get things done, but actually their intent to actually make things happen. So next year we'll probably actually be asking that question, what do you want to do this next fall? And it doesn't mean, you might say, well, this fall I just had an infant, I can't come because I'm busy, but I'd like to come the year after. And those types of answers are okay. Right? Like we intend to spend a decades on this, and so this kind of level of involvement will increasingly require participation in the things, either support an academic in academia, support a scientist, support an entrepreneur, support something, or be that academic, be that scientist, be that entrepreneur yourself. But on the flip side of that, we're having events on the neuroscience of love, we're having events on a bunch of different stuff, and you guys can offer what you'd like to host. We're going to have events on how to give philanthropy and new structures and evenings, and Alexander Tomas, are you still here? He's offered us an institute with which to hold a number of events and such, and we're taking a major theme on a consciousness with Adalwit. Are you still here in the room? And there's a lot of really cool stuff coming. So I would imagine within a year we'll have something every couple weeks or so. And so for people who can't come to the major summit, we'd still love to have you in the group. I think we have 2,400 people involved now in the ecosystem. We'd like to get to 8,000 to 10,000 or so that if we can have like a strike force around particular issues, and such, and arrange around, a Parkinson's if that's what someone wants to get help on or something like that. I said I would be short, and I'm not really being short, so I better cut myself off. Thank you all for coming, and thank you, Calvin and Diana particularly, actually, for all your hard work. And this has been like a startup. I mean, we're working, long hours, and the vision's correct, I think. And but it's a big flywheel to get, a turning. And Juan's a friend as well now for almost a decade, and tells me when I need to improve, I'll add the topic on the friendship, and he gives me all kinds of good feedback. So we would like your feedback on how to improve, and we're extremely open to it. And thank you all for coming, and we have some alcohol outside and some non-alcoholic beverages as well for people, and thank you for coming. What's that? Oh, never mind. Oh. I quickly appreciate Diana because I forget things on the agenda without her help. So we're having another performance real quick from Baba Brinkman. Is he coming up? Video and then great. Thank you.
What blows me away about BrainMind is you get to meet people you've been reading about, to hear what they present, their perspective on it, but then just to go bump into them and hang out outside, see what they're working on, it blows my mind.
The first question is, why is there a buzz or excitement about what I am calling disruptive psychopharmacology, which is the potential therapeutic utility of previously stigmatized and in fact illegal drugs such as psilocybin and MDMA, and why is there a buzz, especially in the Bay Area community, about the potential utility of these substances?
The team is calibrating between brain and mind and music and meditation and really hard science. And what I think is also different is the audience has been curated so that no matter who you sit next to, it's going to be somebody really interesting.
What brings me back to the BrainMind conference is the quality of investors and the curation that's done between both the investors and the entrepreneurs, and the interface between the two, namely just the alignment of interest, seems to be at the absolute highest quality.
Everyone here is doing such different things from every perspective. And something that you say, even for people that you think you know, they connect with it on a plane that you had no idea that there could be such a connection. And then that sets off a chain reaction. We just had a round table with someone I know pretty well after reading this book. As I'm presenting my perspective on what he did, he keeps going so far past what's in the book.
This is luckily my second BrainMind, and what I'm really excited to do this time is to go back home and journal about this weekend, because then I know that I have something to really look back to for the rest of my life.
The anterior cingulate is part of the salience network. It's a conflict detector.
There's an intentionality that people are bringing to the summit this year that's really inspiring, because I can see the connections being made already that are going to spawn new powerful companies and new powerful research
by
being
my
done.
colleague, Dr. Suzanne Kraft at Wake Forest. She had done great work at the University of Washington.
We were very pleased that even only over the last year, we've been able to help launch several companies with members of the BrainMind ecosystem and begin to have a human impact. So we really appreciate you being a part of that now and in the future, and have a safe travel zone.
Guys got that signal? What's that? Oh, yeah, that'd be nice, sure. All right. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Is mic coming up? My name is Barbara Brinkman, and it is a huge honor to be able to address this group. After listening to the last couple days, I want to give you a little taste of a project I've been working on the last few years, the Rap Guide to Consciousness, which is a hip-hop theater comedy show that played off-Broadway for 8 months last year. My wife is Dr. Heather Berlin. She was a consultant on the project, and so was Anil Seth, who will be presenting tomorrow. So I'm going to share a couple of songs from the show with you, some of which has improvisational open play elements to it, a.k.a. freestyle rap. And then I'll do a grand finale sort of summarizing everything. So how conscious is each individual thing? How conscious is everyone in the room? How conscious is each organism we can consider? We usually think about a gradient of consciousness from very little to more than very little. Will we have conscious AIs? And how do we know? A little bit of Alison Gopnik and a little bit of Antonio Damasio informs this first song, which is a question of how conscious is one of the most deceptive and manipulative organisms in the natural world, a human baby. So I'm going to be asking about whether you can feel what the baby feels. And if I say, you know that feeling, then I'd like you to shout back, yeah, or whatever you feel. You know the feeling when you just had 2 days at a conference and you feel like everything you heard was awesome? You know that feeling? Yeah. You know the feeling. All right. Gaze into his eyes, but resist his Jedi powers. You know the feeling when you're chilling like a villain, dealing with no stress, like a room with no ceiling, just open, and you like the rhyme illin so much you name your first son Dylan? Well, that's the feeling I felt November 12th when I first held Dylan and fell under a spell. That was 3 days after the election from hell, when the Trump cartel captured Winterfell. Y'all know that feeling when you're like the president's in bed with the Russians and the civic discussion is critically busted and you're just ill and disgusted? Y'all know that feeling? Well, Dylan doesn't. What's it like to be a human baby? Just a blooming, buzzing confusion, maybe? I look in his eyes and try to read his thoughts and find myself wondering whether he's got them or just sensations, chaotic and messy. I want to relate. Should I take some LSD so I can stop thinking and just exist? I mean, look at the kid. Ignorance is bliss. You know the feeling when you find the right words to express your thoughts, connect and get heard? Y'all know that feeling? You know the feeling, animals don't though, and neither does Dylan. You know the feeling of bladder control when you don't even go when you have to go? Who knows that feeling? Yeah, even dogs know that feeling, but not Dylan. Dylan doesn't know the feeling of regret or anticipation of future stress. Is he conscious? Yes, or maybe not just yet. There could be several different levels of consciousness. Does he have a subjective perspective? I guess so. Is it like a fish, though, or like a gecko? I mean, the kid started out as a single cell about a year ago. And don't call it a miracle, call it a triumph of modern medicine. Dylan was an excellent IVF specimen. I know because he spent a month in a freezer so we could do research and check his genes first. Sometimes evolution needs a boost, and it worked too. He's so cute. But when does he begin to be a mental self? I've seen a picture of him at 100 cells, and I wondered, when does consciousness emerge? At the paramecium level or nematode worm? I was still a proud dad, though, when the kid had gills and a tail like a tadpole. You know the feeling when you comprehend and solve a problem that was trying to box you in? Y'all know that feeling? You know the feeling, animals don't though, neither does Dylan. You know the feeling when you want to suck a boob so bad that nothing but a nipple's gonna do? Who knows that feeling? Yeah, hetero men, lesbians, and Dylan, right? I mean, baby mammals are beguiling. Dylan's got skills, see? Eating, smiling, babbling a little bit of call and response, communicating all of his needs and wants. But that doesn't mean he knows what he's doing, planning, considering, executing. Yeah, Dylan's got reasons to do stuff, but are they his reasons or evolutions? A cuckoo chick doesn't laugh or cry. It focuses on host chick and fantasy. And if Dylan was a Barbary macaque, well, he'd be clinging instinctively to mama's back. back. See, it's easy to anthropomorphize the mind of an animal, but evolution is blind and thinking is costly. A baby bird doesn't need it to get its mama to feed it, and Dylan doesn't need to reflect on his cuteness to recruit parental contributions. All he needs to do is goo-goo and ooh-cha. Resistance is futile. You know the feeling when you make a whole plan in your mind, strategize and revise and adapt. Y'all know that feeling? You know the feeling. Animals, though, neither does Dylan. You know the feeling when you're looking in the mirror and you recognize your reflection in there? Who knows that feeling? Yeah, see, we're all the same. You, me, corvids, chimpanzees, dolphins. So far, just one really precocious elephant. All of us know that self-reflective feeling, but not Dylan. Thank you. All right. So when I started this project, it was early 2017. I had just met Anil Seth at the Tucson Consciousness Conference. We were talking about what we could put in it, and I started to do some research. And what I was fascinated by was how deeply Thomas Bayes is integrated into our understanding of consciousness, machine learning, even the scientific method itself. Bayes' theorem assesses the probability of any prospect, any proposal. So you have a prior belief, that's the prior, and then you measure that against the likelihood of the evidence you expect to see whether or not it's true versus the evidence you expect to see if it's true, and then you get the posteriori resulting belief, which is the original belief having been adjusted by the evidence. As you take in new beliefs, you change, taking new evidence, you change your beliefs, which is science. So that's what we're all trying to do to investigate the world. Also turns out to be what the brain does on multiple levels with hierarchical predictive coding, and it is also how a lot of machine learning is instantiating the things that it can do with artificial intelligence. So I thought I'd write a rap song explaining Bayesian mathematics in lyrical form. That's going to be the next track. But just to really up the ante here, my predictive analytics are kind of curious about what you guys are thinking you'd like to hear some tech rap be about. So for this next track, I'm going to integrate your suggestions into the rap in freestyle form, and I need you to shout out ideas of what I should rap about improvisationally. Go ahead. Any topics at all? Circadian rhythm. Okay. What was that one? PCI. Okay. Psilocybin. We got BCI, brain-computer interface. Babies. You haven't heard enough about babies yet, I guess. Okay. Free energy. We got Carl Friston people in the house. Good to know. Okay. Oh. Qigong. Okay, I'm writing these in, and they're going to pop up during the rap. Okay, Qigong. Wait, I heard friendship. I need 2 more that I haven't got yet. Love. Okay, we got to do that one. Okay. Why? Are there any others? All right. Love and consciousness rappers. Okay. Okay, here we go. Ooh, that beat's nice and chunky. So I'm going to plug in some variables to the equation so you see how it functions. I'll start the freestyle midway. At first, I'll just break it down like, let me show you how to be a good Bayesian. Change your predictions after taking information in. And if you're thinking I'll be less than amazing, let's adjust those expectations. So wait, what's a Bayesian? A Bayesian cares about evidence and doesn't jump to assumptions based on intuitions and prejudice. A Bayesian makes predictions on the best available info and adjusts the probability, because every belief is provisional. And when I kick a flow, mostly I'm watching eyes widen, maybe because my likeness lowers expectations of tight rhyming. How would I know unless I'm rhyming in front of a bunch of blind men dropping placebo-controlled science like Richard Feynman? Is it because of my looks or the fact that I talk like I'm mad for books? Either way, in the ecosystem of rap, I'm the platypus. So my patron saint on stage is Reverend Bayes. Just watch me update the predictions in everyone's brains. I'm teaching a crowd about probabilistical statistical science. For instance, if the president's a proven degenerate liar, remember your priors. Be skeptical when he's testifying. Is it always inaccurate? No, but you discount outliers until outliers turn out to be nice rhymers. That's when it's time to update your Bayesian priors, just to protect against bias and reliable information. The antidote is to learn how to think like a Bayesian. So let me show you how to be a good Bayesian. Change your predictions after taking information in. And if you're thinking I'll be less than amazing, let's adjust those expectations. Okay, freestyle, that means I'm making it up. I'm trying to give you people a buzz. I hope you start feeling the love. Yes, indeed. Deep down, I'm talking all of that empathy. I am now getting up inside of your brains with free energy. I'm the consciousness rapper. This is the consciousness chapter. I don't even know what's coming next. I cannot read the chapters up inside of my brain, but I know that it's lyrics I'm kicking, and I am always staying up all night. I fucked up my circadian rhythm. Why? Because of the blue light that's happening inside of my iPhone. So these are freestyle lyrics that are coming up out of my dome. But wait a second, I think I could maybe flip the page if I turn my iPhone into a brain-computer interface. I already feel a lot of friendship, a lot of kinship with it, but I understood that I could then get fixed by a technician. I mean, come on, these are not lyrics that came out of my memory. This is freestyle rap. It's a demonstration of free energy. Come on, this is the way that I spit it. I'm not just a hunt of bus tunes. I probably got inspired by doing a lot of mushrooms when I was young in British Columbia, Canada, where I grew up. Come on, that's the way I dropped the bomb. I feel that qigong that I got up inside of me. That is that infinite flow. People listening and thinking it's dope. Come on, if you think so, then say ho. Yes, indeed. That's how you become a good Bayesian. You change your predictions after taking information in. And if you're thinking I'll be less than amazing, let's adjust those expectations. All right. But remember, that is not a certainty. That is a likelihood. So the rap to consciousness is the 6th in a series. I am the artist in residence at the Soho Playhouse off Broadway. I've performed approximately 500 shows in New York in the past 8 years. I have a rap guide to evolution, a rap guide to climate chaos, and I'm very interested in working on a rap guide to AI next to help communicate the ideas of this conference to the general public. The idea is it's the bridge from the esoteric academic knowledge to the general consumption, understanding, and excitement about what's being created. So towards that, for my grand finale, I'm going to perform a song that was written since this morning. Over the last 2 days, I sat in on all the talks. I took notes. I waited till I got here, had some breakfast, and started writing down lyrics. And I'm about to bring you the BrainMind rap, which will reference every one of the 32 or so speakers that have been on this stage in the last 2 days, by name, in rhyme, to the beat. So the challenge here was to try to find the music in the words of all the talks we heard so far. All right, here we go. When I say brain, you say mind. Brain, brain. When I say brain, you say mind. Brain, brain. Welcome to BrainMind. This is a strange time. Machine learning, automation, and AI, behavior science, computer mainframe design. If technology is a drug, then hey, this is the main line. Straight to the vein kind. Welcome to BrainMind. I'm about to take you to the summit with straight rhymes. This is a moonshot, baby, so aim high. We gotta learn to walk and chew gum at the same time. Neuroscience and color, insights are what it's full of. We're bringing tech and investors together. Ask Michael McCullough. We live in a time when the biosector's amazing, but hitting 2 gongs, that's a moonshot of synchronization. 1, 2, 3, bong bong. Oh, Michael, so close, but slightly off the beat. We need Ed Boyden to bring some expansion microscopy. He can even make it from baby diapers as long as it works. My brain is elastic and expands in response to polymers. Ed can track the millisecond constellation of molecules that made the 2 gongs go bong bong in a state of solitude. One of the gongs represented the public trust. The other one was the profit motive. Investors catching a buzz. Out of sync, off an antagonist. Reid Hoffman's a strategist. It takes $50 million to train a venture venture capitalist. Lots of hot-handed poker players seeking a sucker. So every investor in this room, take a peek at each other. Synchronization, that's the challenge we're facing today. Maybe there's a therapeutic solution involving MDMA. Yesterday, Rob Malenka gave us a taste of empathogens. He did them for fun in the 60s, and now he's taken us there and back again. With that phase 2 hallucinogenic therapeutic psychedelic flow, if only the amateur proponents were not so evangelical. You want to try it on yourself? You call rocket science health. Ken Irving's got the tech to hit your olfactory cells. And when predictive text corrects olfactory to oil factory, I'm like, cool, that's Irv's career trajectory, actually. Which literally happened. AI is smarter than we think. So take a psychedelic out of the tropics and straight drop it. Kunal Ghosh is gonna clock it in real time with Inscopics. And Nicholas Malash is gonna splice the signal with BCI and not with a Utah medieval torture device. No more daggers in the brain causing cortical bleeds. Pandromics just got a version with 10,000 leads. Just ask Matt Angle. Yeah, they're ready for Series B. Eddie Chang's ready to translate it into decoding of speech. Shipbuilding is a most fascinating process, but not as fascinating as Eddie's clinical progress. Amit Atkins tracking the EEG, trying to find a depression signature that we can't see. Manpreet singing a different song of human brilliance, a system of social and genetic predictors of human resilience. She's killing it, I'm feeling it, and if resilience is defined as listening to 50 different speakers here at a summit of BrainMind and distilling it into rhyme, then I guess I'm also killing it, because I wrote this shit today. That is the pressure I'm dealing with. I'm keeping it together. Because in a room full of brains, how can one not be dumb? The collective intelligence at this summit is something fun. We feel disgust if Mad Max has a lizard on his tongue. That collective yuck was brought to you by Poppy Crumb. That's how we get together. It's what we go through, though. It's aggregating our collective exhaled CO2, yo. Plus our chi energy. I'll be honest and say I doubt it. Want to know what a physicist has to say about it, but I did feel kinetic energy in my bladder move every time you mentioned my bladder, and I felt I needed the bathroom. What a stress reliever. I'm just playing William Spear and Guan Shang Sun. If they made you feel better, then come on, give them a cheer. I'm just an organism, I'm just a mammal baby, a typical primate. I need Grace Ng to do my portrait in mind paint. She was like, for me, extreme emotions are foreign, which tragically prevents me from ever painting in orange. But my assistant Chris has a wider color palette. He is currently mind painting in the color of panic. He's currently relieving his bladder. Chris, take a breath and be mellow. Although as an artist, I appreciate that particular shade of yellow. I can relate. I'm just feeling the stressful vibrations. Jay Sanguinetti, come on, I need some sonification. I'm prepped and ready. Forget checking with an ethicist. I am ready for machines to take over my mental betterment. Technology is just a tool. You can ask Patricia Cool. Her MEG machines are dripping with oodles of baby drool. The playfulness of youth. High adulthood is coming to stop it. Unless you take some psilocybin, just ask Allison Gopnik. My kids get to explore, I just get to exploit. I got lyrics to deploy, I'm supposed to get to the point. So this is work, don't mistake me for a boy at play. My kids are with a babysitter who BrainMind is going to pay. So I'm just rapping to get back to my kids, and they're great. And why do I have them, Allison? I ask myself that question every day. Okay, so evolutionarily, why do I feed them? Why do I keep them safe from harm when Shauna Skola's got 1,000 organoids in a robotic farm? That's more efficient. Because the organoids, they take care of themselves. So System 1 Bioscience, you can take my stem cells. You can have Karen Parker working with with a mouse model for autism. She could bring it down to the cost before it tops out $1 trillion. Like Cohen veterans, Magali Haas. She doesn't play around, uploading brain commons data straight up to the data cloud. Oh, that's better than having a baby. My brain is actively waving, and you can track it in the wild. Just ask Hadi Husseini. I'm happy to be here. Stanford brings out the best in me, but I'm not as happy as Sujay Jazwa, who applied 3 times unsuccessfully. I never even tried to apply, but it's still very nice to be brain training to reduce food cravings with Eric Stice. Video games for weight loss? Hey, if that works, maybe Jim Locke could try running the video system backwards. Anorexia is not simple and it's not funny. So any philanthropists in the house, give Jim Locke money. Disorders of body image are killers that need healers. But Juan Enriquez and Diana Salville are the bridge builders. They're connecting investors, inventors, and family trust. People who could take me and Sachid Panda for lunch at night under blue light. Nah, I'm just joking. But you know what Sachid Panda says? If my eyes are open, my mouth is open. And that's a BrainMind speaker for you, yeah. They can deliver. Sachid Ananda Panda, that name has got its own circadian rhythm. It's got a rhyme scheme. As soon as I heard it, I knew I could groove with it. It's got a rhyme scheme. As soon as I heard it, I knew I could groove with the data analytics, like John Berger with music tech, like Jamie Taps with Spirit Tune. The vibe is rhythmical. Take it from me. I got calm and alert in that silent disco, and I wrote this analog. It took me hours to do it. I need a computer to help me with composing this music. Alina Georgieva, the colors changing with the speakers. It's like my brain has a fever. It's in the range of a seizure. David Seidel, your techniques always give me peace. They always gave me peace. So Alexa, please start the hypnosis meditation for pain relief. Dan Siegel, you can save me. Are you feeling my lyrics? I have 6, 7, 8 senses in this wheel of awareness, and now I'm lost in it, experiencing pure consciousness, a cognitive referral of biological processes delivered to the self at the center of this rapping flow. Are you feeling it yet, though, Antonio Damasio? Wait a second, Antonio, you have never given a 10-minute talk? Is that the whole of it? Like Polonius, Antonio, brevity is the soul of wit? Get on Twitter, they can help you with your character count. No superfluous homeostatic awareness allowed, just hot takes. But I feel like Antonio's a lot wiser than he lets on. He wants funding from the Weed Pot Guider, which is also what he said. Okay, Antonio wants to get his emotion, cognition, biological theory of consciousness up into DeWeed's competition. He's on a mission, and come on, some theories are clearly filler, so we need a theory killer, a theory serial killer to figure which theory is realer. With Templeton as a Darwinian winner, we're testing, turning neuroscience into professional wrestling. And that's DeWeed. He wants answers that are categoric. He can referee a wrestling match, plus he's got the accent for it. And in this corner, garnering support from Stan de Hayen, we have the global workspace theory of consciousness in the brain. What? That was not Oxford enough for you? Shit. Look, like Michael said in his talk yesterday, mimicking accents can shift entire circuits in the brain. So when people listen to this rap, they're like, this person is insane. They're checking watches like, how many words are left to say? Hey, if you feel like a 10-minute rap needs a break, I did ask, but they would not give me 5 minutes on each day. But don't worry, y'all. I barely have any left from inception to delivery. Ooh, that's the valley of death. That's where an invention founders in the basement of its founders, in the absence of proper investments from all of the bean counters, from the valley of death up to the peaks of the mountains. It's health and well-being, and we got the keys to the fountain, and investors need to find skills, and skills need to find skrill. Dollar bills, cash rules on high still. Some people say that system isn't ideal, but that's why Michael McCullough's been bringing the fly wheel, the flywheel, the ecosystem of brain minds. This is a strange time. Automation and AI, behavior science, computer mainframe design, and if tech is like a drug, oh, this is the main line, straight to the vein kind. Welcome to BrainMind. I just took you people to the summit with straight rhymes. This is a moonshot, baby, so aim high. Investing in science or even both at the same time. So when I say brain, y'all say mind. Brain, brain. When I say brain, y'all say mind. Brain, mind. That's why you're smarter than AIs. Thank you guys very much. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, I'm working on Rap Guide as a platform to translate the world's scientific knowledge into accessible rap songs and videos. If anybody wants to work with me on the curriculum side of that, let's talk. All right, thank you very much.
Wine reception. Oh, is this on?
Should still be. Or this one? This is.
The wine reception is outside, and don't forget to pick up your gift bag on the way out. Thanks, everyone.
That was awesome. That was fun.
Oh, I laughed so hard. It was so good. Thank you.
Yeah, that was
so fun.
You know, I'm glad everybody was staying and feeling for it.
Yeah, they stayed. They totally stayed.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. And it is a huge honor to be able to address this group after listening to the last couple days. Well, you know,
I want
this
to give
this
you a
little
little,
taste
like,
of a project I've been working on the last few years, the Rap Guide to Consciousness, which is a hip-hop theater comedy show that played off-Broadway for 8 months last year. My wife is Dr. Heather Berlin. She was a consultant on the project, and so was Anil Seth, who will be presenting tomorrow. So I'm going to share a couple of songs from the show with you, some of which has improvisational open play elements to it, aka freestyle rap. And then I'll do a grand finale sort of summarizing everything. So how conscious is each individual thing? How conscious is everyone in the room? How conscious is each organism we can consider? We usually think about a gradient of consciousness from very little to more than very little. Will we have conscious AIs? And how do we know? A little bit of Alison Gopnik and a little bit of Antonio Damasio informs this first song, which is a question of how conscious is one of the most deceptive and manipulative organisms in the natural world, a human baby. So I'm going to be asking about whether you can feel what the baby feels. And if I say, you know that feeling, then I'd like you to shout back, yeah, or whatever you feel. You know the feeling when you just had 2 days at a conference and you feel like everything you heard was awesome? You know that feeling? You know the feeling. All right. Gaze into his eyes, but resist his Jedi powers. You know the feeling when you're chilling like a villain, dealing with no stress, like a room with no ceiling, just open, and you like the rhyme illin so much you name your first son Dylan? Well, that's the feeling I felt November 12th when I first held Dylan and fell under a spell. That was 3 days after the election from hell, when the Trump cartel captured Winterfell. Y'all know that feeling when you're like the president's in bed with the Russians and the civic discussion is critically busted and you're just ill and disgusted? Y'all know that feeling? Well, Dylan doesn't. What's it like to be a human baby? Just a blooming, buzzing confusion, maybe? I look in his eyes and try to read his thoughts and find myself wondering whether he's got them or just sensations, chaotic and messy. I want to relate. Should I take some LSD so I can stop thinking and just exist? I mean, look at the kid. Ignorance is bliss. You know the feeling when you find the right words to express your thoughts, connect, and get heard? Y'all know that feeling? You know the feeling. Animals don't, though. And Antonio Damasio informs this first song, which is a question of how conscious is one of the most deceptive and manipulative organisms in the net. And it is a huge honor to be able to address this group after listening to the last couple days. I want to give you a little taste of a project I've been working on the last few years, the Rap Guide to Consciousness, which is a hip-hop theater comedy show that played off-Broadway for 8 months last year. My wife is Dr. Heather Berlin. She was a consultant on the project, and so was Anil Seth, who will be presenting tomorrow. So I'm going to share a couple of songs from the show with you, some of which has improvisational open play elements to it, aka freestyle rap. And then I'll do a grand finale sort of summarizing everything. So how conscious is each individual thing? How conscious is everyone in the room? How conscious... Let's adjust those expectations. So wait, what's a Bayesian? A Bayesian cares... How would I know unless I'm rhyming in front of a bunch of blind men dropping placebo-controlled science? You had to be a good Bayesian. Change your predictions after taking information. Lyrics I'm kicking and I am all right. On all the talks, I took notes. Wrong, state of solitude. I meet at his track, relieving his bladder. Sean Escola is the center of this rap